Section 14 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 12. First came great Neptune with his three-forked mace, that rules the seas and makes them rise or fall. His dewy locks did drop with brine apace, under his diadem imperial, and by his side his queen with coronal, fair Amphitrite. These marched far afore the other crew. Spenser. I remained no longer at home than sufficed to restore my strength after the serious attack of fever and ague which I had brought with me from Walcheren. Although my father received me kindly, he had not forgotten, at least I thought so, my former transgressions. A mutual distrust destroyed that intimacy which ought ever to exist between father and son. The thread was broken. It is vain to enquire how, and the consequence was that the day of my departure to join a frigate on the North American station was welcomed with joy by me and seen unregretted by my father. The ship I was about to join was commanded by a young nobleman, and as patricians were not so plentiful in the service at that time as they have since become, I was considered fortunate in my appointment. I was ordered, with about 30 more supernumerary midshipmen, to take my passage in a ship of the line going to Bermuda. The gun-room was given to us as our place of residence, the midshipmen belonging to the ship occupying the 2 snug berths in the cockpit. Among so many young men of different habits and circumstances, all joining the ship at different periods, no combination could be made for forming a mess. The ship sailed soon after I got on board, and our party during the voyage was usually supplied from the purser's steward room. I have thought it very wonderful that a mess of 8 or 12 seamen or marines will always make the allowance last from 1 week to another, and have something to spare. But with the same number of midshipmen the case is very different, and the larger the mess, the more do their difficulties increase. They are never satisfied, never have enough, and if the purser will allow them, are always in debt for flour, beef, pork, and spirits. This is owing to their natural habits of carelessness, and our mess, for this reason, was particularly uncomfortable. The government was a democracy, but the caterer had at times been invested with dictatorial powers, which he either abused or was thought to abuse, and he was accordingly turned out or resigned in disgust at the end of 2 or 3 days. Most of my messmates were young men, senior to me in the service, having passed their examinations and were going to America for promotion, but when mustered on the quarter-deck, whether they appeared less manly, or were in fact less expert in their duty, I know not. But certain it is that the first lieutenant appointed me mate of a watch, and placed several of these aspirants under my orders, and so strong did we muster that we stood in each other's way when on deck keeping our watch, seldom less than 17 or 18 in number. In the gun-room we agreed very ill together, and one principal cause of this was our short allowance of food. Daily skirmishes took place, and not unfrequently pitched battles, but I never took any other part in them than as a spectator, and the observations I made convinced me that I should have no great difficulty in mastering the whole of them. The office of caterer was one of neither honour nor emolument, and it was voluntarily taken up, and peevishly laid down, on the first trifling provocation. With the ship's allowance, no being, less than an angel, could have given satisfaction. The division of beef and pork into as many parcels as there were claimants always produced remonstrance, reproof, and blows. I was never quarrelsome, and took the part allotted to me quietly enough, until they, finding my disposition to submit, I found my portion daily decrease, and on the resignation of the 13th caterer, I volunteered my services, which were gladly accepted. Aware of the danger and difficulty of my situation, I was prepared accordingly. On the first day that I shared the provisions, I took very good care of number 1, and as I had foreseen, was attacked by 2 or 3 for my lion-like division of the prey. Upon this I made them a short speech, observing that if they supposed I meant to take the trouble of catering for nothing, they were very much mistaken; that the small difference I made between their portions and mine, if equally divided among them, would not fill a hollow tooth, and that after my own share all others should be distributed with the most rigid impartiality and scrupulous regard to justice. This very reasonable speech did not satisfy them. I was challenged to decide the point à la crib. 2 candidates for the honour stepped out at once. I desired them to toss up, and having soon defeated the winner, I recommended him to return to his seat. The next man came forward, hoping to find an easy victory after the fatigue of a recent battle, but he was mistaken, and retired with severe chastisement. The next day I took my seat, cleared for action, coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth off. I observed that I should proceed as I had done before, and was ready to hold a court of Oyer and Terminer, but no suitors appeared, and I held the office of caterer from that day till I quitted the ship, by the strongest of all possible claims, first by election, and secondly by right of conquest. We had not been many days at sea before we discovered that our first lieutenant was a most abominable tyrant, a brutal fellow, a drunkard and a glutton, with a long red nose and a large belly. He frequently sent 6 grown-up midshipmen to the masthead at a time. This man I determined to turn out of the ship, and mentioned my intention to my messmates, promising them success if they would only follow my advice. They quite laughed at the idea, but I was firm, and told them that it should come to pass, if they would but behave so ill as just to incur a slight punishment or reprimand from Nosey every day. This they agreed to, and not a day passed but they were either mast-headed or put watch and watch. They reported all to me, and asked my advice. "Complain to the captain," said I. They did, and were told that the first lieutenant had done his duty. The same causes produced the same effects on each succeeding day, and when the midshipmen complained, they had no redress. By my direction they observed to the captain, "It is of no use complaining, sir; you always take Mr. Clewline's part." The captain, indeed, from a general sense of propriety, gave his support to the wardroom officers, knowing that 9 times in 10 midshipmen were in the wrong. Things worked as I wished. The midshipmen persisted in behaving ill, remonstrated, and declared that the first lieutenant did not tell the truth. For a time many of them lost the favour of the captain, but I encouraged them to bear that, as well as the increased rancour of old Nosey. One day 2 midshipmen, by previous agreement, began to fight on the lee gangway. In those days that was crime enough almost to have hanged them. They were sent to the masthead for 3 hours, and when they came down applied to me for advice. "Go," said I, "and complain. If the first lieutenant says you were fighting, tell the captain you were only showing how the first lieutenant pummelled the men last night when they were hoisting the topsails, and the way he cut the marine's head when he knocked him down the hatchway." All this was fairly done. The midshipmen received a reprimand, but the captain began to think there might be some cause for these continued complaints, which daily increased both in weight and number. At last we were enabled to give the coup de grace. A wretched boy in the ship, whose dirty habits often brought him to the gun, was so hardened that he laughed at all the stripes of the boatswain's cat inflicted on him by the first lieutenant. "I will make him feel," said the enraged officer; so ordering a bowl of brine to be brought to him, he sprinkled it on the lacerated flesh of the boy between every lash. This inhuman act, so unbecoming the character of an officer and a gentleman, we all resented, and retiring to the gun room in a body, gave 3 deep and heavy groans in chorus. The effect was dismal. It was heard in the wardroom, and the first lieutenant sent down to desire we should be quiet, on which we immediately gave 3 more, which sent him in a rage to the quarter-deck, where we were all summoned, and the reason of the noise demanded. I had till then kept myself in the background, content with being the primum mobile, without being seen. I was always strict to my duty, and never had been complained of. My coming forward, therefore, on this occasion produced a fine stage effect, and carried great weight. I told the lieutenant we were groaning for the poor boy who had been pickled. This increased his rage, and he ordered me up to the masthead. I refused to go until I had seen the captain, who at that moment made his appearance on deck. I immediately referred to him, related the whole story, not omitting to mention the repeated acts of tyranny which the lieutenant had perpetrated on us all. I saw in a moment that we had gained the day. The captain had given the most positive orders that no one should be punished without his express permission. This order the lieutenant had disobeyed, and that, added to his unpopular character, decided his fate. The captain walked into his cabin, and the next day signified to the first lieutenant that he must quit the ship on her arrival in port, or be tried by a court-martial. This latter, he knew, he dared not stand. I should have informed my reader that our orders were to see the East India convoy as far as the 10th degree of north latitude, and then proceed to Bermuda. This was of itself a pleasant cruise, and gave us the chance of falling in either with an enemy or a recapture. Ships not intending to cross the line usually grant a saturnalia to the crew when they come to the Tropic of Capricorn. It is thought to renovate their spirits, and to break the monotony of the cruise or voyage, where time flows on in such a smooth, undeviating routine that one day is not distinguishable from another. Our captain, a young man and a perfect gentleman, never refused any indulgence to the men, compatible with discipline and the safety of the ship, and as the regular trade wind blew, there was no danger of sudden squalls. The ceremony of crossing the line, I am aware, has been often described. So has Italy and the Rhine. But there are varieties of ways of doing and relating these things. Ours had its singularity, and ended, I am sorry to say, in a deep tragedy which I shall remember as long as memory holds her seat. One beautiful morning, as soon as the people had breakfasted, they began to prepare, by stripping to their waists, and wearing nothing but a pair of duck trousers. The man at the masthead called out that he saw something on the weather bow, which he thought was a boat. Soon after, an unknown voice from the jib-boom hailed the ship. The officer of the watch answered, and the voice commanded him to heave to, as Neptune was coming on board. The ship was accordingly hove to, with every formality, though going at the rate of 7 miles an hour. The main yard squared, the head and after yards braced up. As soon as the ship was hove to, a young man, one of the sailors, dressed in a smart suit of black, knee-breeches and buckles, with his hair powdered, and with all the extra finery and mincing gait of an exquisite, came aft on the quarter-deck, and, with a most polished bow, took the liberty of introducing himself as gentleman's gentleman to Mr. Neptune, who had been desired to precede his master and acquaint the commander of the vessel with his intended visit. A sail had been extended across the forecastle by way of curtain, and from behind this, Neptune and his train, in full costume, shortly afterwards came forth. The car of the god consisted of a gun-carriage. It was drawn by 6 black men, part of the ship's crew. They were tall, muscular fellows. Their heads were covered with seaweed, and they wore a very small pair of cotton drawers. In other respects they were perfectly naked. Their skins were spotted all over with red and white paint alternately. They had conch shells in their hands, with which they made a most horrible noise. Neptune was masked, as were many of his attendants, and none of the officers knew exactly by which of the men the god was represented. But he was a shrewd hand, and did his part very well. He wore a naval crown made by the ship's armourer. In his right hand he held a trident, on the prongs of which there was a dolphin, which he had, he said, struck that morning. He wore a large wig made of oakum and a beard of the same materials, which flowed down to his waist. He was full powdered, and his naked body was bedaubed with paint. The god was attended by a splendid court. His Secretary of State, whose head was stuck full of the quills of the sea-bird of these latitudes, his surgeon, with his lancet, pill-box, and his smelling-bottle, his barber with a razor, whose blade was 2 feet long, cut off an iron hoop, and the barber's mate, who carried a small tub as a shaving-box. The materials within I could not analyze, but my nose convinced me that no part of them came from Smith's in Bond Street. Amphitrite followed on a similar carriage, drawn by 6 white men, whose costume was like the others. This goddess was personified by an athletic, ugly man, marked with the smallpox, dressed as a female, with a woman's nightcap on his head, ornamented with sprigs of seaweed. She had a harpoon in her hand, on which was fixed an albicore, and in her lap lay one of the boys of the ship, dressed as a baby, with long clothes and a cap. He held in his hand a marlinspike, which was suspended round his neck with a rope yarn. This was to assist him in cutting his teeth, as the children on shore use a coral. His nurse attended him with a bucketful of burgoo, or hasty pudding, with which she occasionally fed him out of the cook's iron ladle. 2 or 3 stout men were habited as sea-nymphs, to attend on the goddess. They carried a looking-glass, some currycombs, a birch broom, and a pot of red paint by way of rouge. As soon as the procession appeared on the forecastle, the captain, attended by his steward, bearing a tray with a bottle of wine and some glasses, came out of his cabin, and the cars of the marine deities were drawn up on the quarter-deck. Neptune lowered his trident and presented the dolphin to the captain, as Amphitrite did her albacore, in token of submission and homage to the representative of the King of Great Britain. "I have come," said the god, "to welcome you into my dominions, and to present my wife and child." The captain bowed. "Allow me to ask after my brother and liege sovereign, the good old King George." "He is not so well," said the captain, "as I and all his subjects could wish." "More's the pity," replied Neptune. "And how is the Prince of Wales?" "The prince is well," said the captain, "and now governs as regent in the name of his royal father." "And how does he get on with his wife?" said the inquisitive god. "Bad enough," said the captain. "They agree together like a whale and a thrasher." "Ah, I thought so," said the god of the sea. "His Royal Highness should take a leaf out of my book. Never allow it to be doubtful who is commanding officer." "And pray what might your Majesty's specific be to cure a bad wife?" said the captain. 3 feet of the cross-jack brace every morning before breakfast, for a quarter of an hour, and half an hour on a Sunday." "But why more on a Sunday than any other day?" said the captain. "Why?" said Neptune. "Why, because she'd been keeping Saturday night, to be sure. Besides, she has less to do of a Sunday, and more time to think of her sins, and do penance." "But you would not have a prince strike a lady, surely?" "Wouldn't I? No, to be sure, if she behaves herself as sich, on no account. But if she gives tongue and won't keep sober, I'd sarve her as I do Amphi. Don't I, Amphi?" chucking the goddess under the chin. "We have no bad wives in the bottom of the sea, and so if you don't know how to keep 'em in order, send them to us." "But your Majesty's remedy is violent. We should have a rebellion in England if the king was to beat his wife." "Make the lords-in-waiting do it then," said the surly god, "and if they are too lazy, which I dare say they are, send for a boatswain's mate from the Royal Billy. He'd sarve her out, I warrant you, and for half a gallon of rum would teach the yeomen of the guard to dance the binnacle hornpipe into the bargain." "His Royal Highness shall certainly hear your advice, Mr. Neptune, but whether he will follow it or not is not for me to say. Would you please to drink his Royal Highness's good health?" "With all my heart, sir. I was always loyal to my king, and ready to drink his health, and to fight for him." The captain presented the god with a bumper of Madeira, and another to the goddess. "Here's a good health and a long life to our gracious king and all the royal family. The roads are unkimmen dusty, and we haven't wet our lips since we left St. Thomas on the line, this morning. "But we have no time to lose, Captain," said the sea god. "I see many new faces here, as requires washing and shaving, and if we add bleeding and physic, they will be all the better for it." The captain nodded assent, and Neptune, striking the deck with the end of his trident, commanded attention, and thus addressed his court: "Hark ye, my Tritons, you are called here to shave, duck, and physic all as needs. But I command you to be gentle. I'll have no ill usage. If we gets a bad name, we gets no more fees, and the first of you as disobeys my orders, I'll tie him to a 10-inch mortar, and sink him 10,000 fathoms deep in the ocean, where he shall feed on salt water and seaweed for 100 years. Begone to your work." 12 constables with thick sticks immediately repaired to the hatchway, and sent down all who had not been initiated, guarding them strictly until they were called up one by one. The cow-pen had been previously prepared for the bathing. It was lined with double canvas and boarded so that it held water, and contained about 4 butts, which was constantly renewed by the pump. Many of the officers purchased exemption from shaving and physic by a bottle of rum, but none could escape the sprinkling of salt water which fell about in great profusion. Even the captain received his share, but with great good nature, and seemed to enjoy the sport. It was easy to perceive on this occasion who were favourites with the ship's company by the degree of severity with which they were treated. The tyro was seated on the side of the cow-pen. He was asked the place of his nativity, and the moment he opened his mouth, the shaving-brush of the barber, which was a very large paint-brush, was crammed in with all the filthy lather with which they covered his face and chin. This was roughly scraped off with the great razor. The doctor felt his pulse and prescribed a pill, which was forced into his cheek, and the smelling bottle, the cork of which was armed with short points of pins, was so forcibly applied to his nose as to bring blood. After this he was thrown backwards into the bath, and allowed to scramble out the best way he could. The master-at-arms and ship's corporals and purser's steward were severely treated. The midshipman looked out for the first lieutenant, but he kept so close under the wing of the captain that for a long time we were unable to succeed. At length some great uproar in the waist induced him to run down, when we all surrounded him and plied him so effectually with buckets of water that he was glad to run down the after hatchway and seek shelter in the gun-room. As he ran down, we threw the buckets after him, and he fell, like the Roman Virgin, covered with the shields of the soldiers. The purser had fortified himself in his cabin, and with his sword and pistols vowed vengeance against all intruders, but the middies were not to be frightened with swords or pistols, so we had him out, and gave him a sound ducking, because he had refused to let us have more spirits than our allowance. He was paraded to the main deck in great form, his sword held over his head, his pistols in a bucket of water carried before him, and having been duly shaved, physicked, and soused into the cow-pen, he was allowed to return to his cabin like a drowned rat. The first lieutenant of marines was a great bore. He was always annoying us with his German flute. Having no ear of his own, he had no mercy on ours, so we handed him to the bath, and in addition to all the other luxuries of the day made him drink half a pint of salt water, which we poured into his mouth through his own flute as a funnel. I now recollect that it was the cries of the poor marine which brought down the first lieutenant, who ordered us to desist, and we served him as hath been related. Thus far all was hilarity and mirth, but the scene was very suddenly changed. One of the foretopmen, drawing water in the chains, fell overboard. The alarm was instantly given, and the ship hove to. I ran upon the poop, and seeing that the man could not swim, jumped overboard to save him. The height from which I descended made me go very deep in the water, and when I arose I could perceive one of the man's hands. I swam towards him, but, O God! what was my horror when I found myself in the midst of his blood! I comprehended in a moment that a shark had taken him, and expected that every instant my own fate would be like his. I wonder I had not sunk with fear. I was nearly paralyzed. The ship, which had been going 6 or 7 miles an hour, was at some distance, and I gave myself up for gone. I had scarcely the power of reflection, and was overwhelmed by the sudden, awful, and, as I thought, certain approach of death in its most horrible shape. In a moment I recollected myself, and I believe the actions of 5 years crowded into my mind in as many minutes. I prayed most fervently, and vowed amendment, if it should please God to spare me. My prayer was heard, and I believe it was a special providence that rescued me from the jaws of the fish. I was nearly a mile from the ship before I was picked up, and when the boat came alongside with me, 3 large sharks were under the stern. These had devoured the poor sailor, and, fortunately for me, had followed the ship for more prey, and thus left me to myself. As I went up the side, I was received by the captain and officers in the most flattering manner. The captain thanked me in the presence of the ship's company for my praiseworthy exertions, and I was gazed on by all as an object of interest and admiration. But if others thought so of me, I thought not so of myself. I retired below to my berth with a loathing and contempt, a self-abasement which I cannot describe. I felt myself unworthy of the mercy I had received. The disgraceful and vicious course of life I had led burst upon me with horrible conviction. Caelo tonantem credidimus Jovem regnare, says Horace. And it was only by the excitement of such peculiarly horrid situations that the sense of a superintending power could be awakened within me, a hardened and incorrigible sinner. I changed my clothes, and was glad when night came, that I might be left to myself. But, oh, how infinitely more horrid did my situation appear! I shuddered when I thought of what I had gone through, and I made the most solemn promises of a new life. How transient were these feelings! How long did these good resolutions last? Just as long as no temptation came in the way, as long as there was no excitement to sin, no means of gratifying appetite. My good intentions were traced in the sand. I was very soon as thoughtless and as profane as ever, although frequently checked by the remembrance of my providential escape, and for years afterwards the thoughts of the shark taking me by the leg was accompanied by the acknowledgment that the devil would have me in like manner if I did not amend. If, after this awakening circumstance, I could have had the good fortune to have met with sober-minded and religious people, I have no doubt but I might have had at this time much less to answer for. But that not being the case, the force of habit and example renewed its dominion over me, and I became nearly as bad as ever. Our amusements in the gun-room were rough. One of them was to lie on the mess table under the tiller, and to hold by the tiller ropes above, while we kicked at all who attempted to dislodge us, either by force or stratagem. Whoever had possession had 9 points of the law, and could easily oppose the whole. I one day held this envied position, and kept all at bay, when unluckily one of the passed midshipmen, who had got very drunk with the gunner, came in and made a furious attack on me. I gave him a kick in the face, which sent him with great violence on his back, among the plates and dishes which had been removed from the dinner table, and placed between the guns. Enraged as much at the laughter against him as at the blow he had received, he snatched up a carving fork, and, before any one was aware of his intention, stabbed me with it 4 times. I jumped up to punish him, but the moment I got on my legs was so stiff that I fell back into the arms of my messmates. The surgeon examined the wounds, which were serious. 2 of them nearly touched an artery. I was put to bed sick, and was 3 weeks confined to my berth. The midshipman who had committed this outrage was very penitent when sober, and implored my pardon and forgiveness. Naturally good-natured, I freely forgave, because I was disarmed by submission. I never trampled on a prostrate foe. The surgeon reported me ill of a fever, which was true, for had the captain known the real fact, the midshipman, whose commission was signed and in the ship ready to be delivered to him on his arrival at Bermuda, would certainly have lost his promotion. My kindness to him, I believe, wounded him more than my resentment. He became exceedingly melancholy and thoughtful. gave up drinking, and was ever after greatly attached to me. I reckon this among the few good actions of my life, and own I have great pleasure in reflecting upon it. We arrived at Bermuda soon after, having left the convoy in the latitude of 10° north. The supernumeraries were all discharged into their respective ships, and before we separated we had the pleasure to see the first lieutenant take his passage in a ship bound to England. Most sincerely did we congratulate ourselves on the success of our intrigue. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Tatro. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Where the remote Bermudas ride in the ocean's bosom. Andrew Marvell. There is a particular kind of beauty among these islands, which we might really believe to be abandoned of fairies. They consist of clusters of rocks formed by zoophanite or coral worm. The number of islands is said to be equal to the days of the year. They are covered with short, green, squared, dark cedar trees and low white houses, which have a pretty and pleasing effect. The harbors are numerous, but shallow, and though there are many channels in them, there is but one for large ships in the principal anchorage. Numerous cabins, whose roofs sparkle with spars and stantelics formed by the dripping waters, are found in every part of the island. They contain springs of delicious coolness to quench the thirst or to bathe in. The sailors have a notion that these islands float, and that the crust which composes them is so thin as to be broken with little exertion. One man being confined in the guardhouse for having got drunk and misbehaved, stamped on the ground and roared to the guard, "Let me out, or I'll dig your eyes out. I'll knock a hole in your bottom, scuttle your island, and send you all to hell together." Rocks and shoals abound in almost every direction, but chiefly on the north and west sides. They are, however, well known to the native pilots, and serve as a safeguard from nightly surprise or invasion. Varieties of fish are found here, beautiful to the eye and delicious to the taste. Of these, the best is red grouper. When on a calm, clear day you glide among these lovely islands in your boat, you seem to be sailing over a submarine flower garden in which clumps of trees, shrubs, flowers, and gravel walks are planted in the wild. But regular confusion. My chief employment was afloat, and according to my usual habit, I found no amusement unless it was attended to with danger. And this propensity found ample gratification in the whale fishery, the season for which was approaching. The ferocity of the fish in these southern latitudes appears to be increased, both from the heat of the climate and the care of their young, for which it would seem that the risk is taking them into greater than polar seas. From what I am able to learn of the natural history of the whale, she brings forth her young seldom more than one time in the northern regions, after which, with the calf at her side, the mother seeks a more gentile climate to bring into maturity. They generally reach Bermuda about the middle of March, where they remain but a few weeks, after which they visit the West India Islands, then bear away to the southward, and go around Cape Horn, returning to the polar seas. by the Entuthan Islands and the Bering Straits, which they reach in the following summer, when the young whale, having acquired size and strength in the southern latitudes, is enabled to contend with his enemies in the north. And here also the dam meets the male again. For my own experiences and inquiries I have been able to make, I am tolerably certain that this is a correct statement of the migration of these animals, the female annually making the tour of the two great American continents, attended by their young. The maternal solicitude of the whale makes her a dangerous adversary, and many serious accidents occur in the season for catching whales. On one occasion I have nearly paid with my life for the gratification of my curiosity. I went in a whaleboat rowed by colored men, natives of the island, who were very daring and expert in their pursuit. We saw a whale with her calf playing round the coral rocks. The attention which the dam showed to its young, the care she took to warn it of danger, was truly affecting. She led in away from the boats, swam round it, and sometimes she would embrace it with her fins, and roll over it with her waves. We contrived to get the vantage ground by going towards seaward of her, and by the means drove her to shoal water among the rocks. At last we came so near the young one that the harpooner poised to weapon, knowing that the calf once struck, the mother was our own, for she would never desert it. Aware of the danger and impending fate of its inexperienced offspring, she swam rapidly towards it. In decreasing circles, evidenced that the utmost uneasiness and anxiety, but the parental admonitions were unheeding, and it met in fate. The boat approached the side of the younger fish, and the harpooner buried his tremendous weapon deep in the ribs. The moment it felt the wound, the poor animal darted from us, taking out 100 fathom of line. But a young fish is soon conquered when once well struck. Such was the case in this instance. It was no sooner checked with the line than it turned out to be back, and displaying its white belly on the surface of the water, floated a lifeless corpse. The unhappy parent, with a instinct always more powerful than reason, never quitted the body. We hauled it up the line and came close up to our quarry, just as another boat had fixed us. The tail of the furious animal descended with irresistible force upon the very center of our boat, cutting it in two, and killing the two of the men. The survivors took to swimming for their lives in all directions. The whale went into pursuit of the third boat, but was checked by the line from the one that had struck her. She towed them at the rate of 10 or even 11 miles an hour. Had she had deep water, she would have taken down the boat, or obliged them to cut away from her. The two boats were so much employed that they could not come to our assistance for some time, and when we left to our own resources, much longer than I thought agreed, I was going to swim to the calf whale, but one of the men advised me not to do so, saying that the shark would be as thick about him as the lawyers around Westminster Hall, and that I should certainly be snapped up if I went near. For my comfort, he had added, "These devils seldom touch a man if they can get anything else." This might be true, but I must confess I was very glad to see one of the boats came to our assistance, while the mother whale, encumbered with the heavy harpoon and line, and exhausted with the fountain of black blood which she drew near her calf and died by its side, eventually, in the last moments, more occupied in the preservation of her young than of herself. As soon as she turned back, I had reason to thank the mundane for his good advice. There were at least 30 or 40 sharks assembled round the carcass, and as we towed them in, they followed. When we had grounded them in the shallow water close to the beach, the blubber was cut off, after which the flesh was given to the black people, who assembled in the crowds and cut off with their knives large portions of meat. The sharks are liberally helped themselves with their teeth, but it was very remarkable that though the black men often came between them and the whale, they never attacked a man. This was a singular scene. The blacks with their white eyes and teeth, howling, laughing, screaming, and mixing with numerous sharks and the most ferocious monsters of the deep, yet preserving a sort of a truce during the presence of a third object. It reminded me, comparing great things with small, of the portion of Poland. I found that there was neither honor nor profit for me in this diversion. So I no more went to whale fishing, but took my passage to Halifax in a schooner, one of those vessels built during the war, in imitation of the Virginia pilot boats, but like most of the imitations, about as much resembling the original as the cow is like a hare, and bearing exactly the same portion in point of velocity, and as if it had been determined that the vessels should be in every respect disregarded the British flag, the command of them was conferred on officers whose conduct would not induce captains to allow them to serve under them, and who were therefore very unwisely sent in small vessels, when they became their own masters, and when many of them constantly drunk. Such was the state of my command from the time I sailed until we reached Halifax. The example of the lieutenant was followed by his mate, and the 3 midshipmen, the crew, which consisted of 25 men, were kept sober by being confined to their allowance. I had a hopeful prospect. Fortunately, drinking was not among my vices. I could get fresh, as we call it, when in good company and excited by with the mirth, but I never went to the length of being drunk, and as I advanced in years, pride and cunning made me still more guarded. I perceived the immense advantage which sobriety gave me over a drunkard. I failed not to profit by it, keeping constantly on deck almost night and day. I attended to the course of the vessel, and the sail was carried, never taking the trouble to consult the lieutenant, who was generally senseless in his cabin. We made the Sambro lighthouse, which is at the entrance of the Halifax harbor, in the evening, and one of the midshipmen, who was more than half drunk, declared himself well acquainted with the place, and his offer to pilot the vessel in what was accepted. As I had never been there before, I could be of no use, but being extremely doubtful of the skill of our pilot, I watched his proceeding with some anxiety.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 14, Part 1. At once the winds arise, the thunders roll, the forky lightning flies. In vain the master issues out commands, in vain the trembling sailors ply their hands. The tempest unforeseen prevents their care, and from the first they labour in despair. Dryden's Fables. Halifax is a charming, hospitable place. Its name is associated with so many pleasing recollections, that it never fails to extort another glass from the bottle which, having been gagged, was going to pass the night in the cellaret. But only say Halifax, and it's like open sesame. Out flies the cork, and down goes a bumper to the health of all good lasses. I related, in the last chapter, an adventure with an Irish Guineaman, whose cargo my right honourable captain converted to the profitable uses of himself and his country. Another of these vessels had been fallen in with by one of our cruisers, and the commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Humming Bird, made a selection of some 30 or 40 stout Hibernians to fill up his own complement, and hand over the surplus to the admiral. Short-sighted mortals we all are, and captains of men of war are not exempted from this human imperfection. How much, also, drops between the cup and the lip! There chanced to be on board of the same trader 2 very pretty Irish girls, of the better sort of bourgeoisie. They were going to join their friends at Philadelphia. The name of the one was Judy, and of the other Maria. No sooner were the poor Irishmen informed of their change of destination than they set up a howl loud enough to make the scaly monsters of the deep seek their dark caverns. They rent the hearts of the poor tender-hearted girls, and when the thorough bass of the males was joined by the sopranos and trebles of the women and children, it would have made Orpheus himself turn round and gaze. "Oh, Miss Judy! Oh, Miss Maria! Would ye be so cruel as to see us poor craturs dragged away to a man of war, and not for to go and spake a word for us? A word to the captain wid your own pretty mouths, no doubt he would let us off." The young ladies, though doubting the powers of their own fascinations, resolved to make the experiment. So, begging the lieutenant of the sloop to give them a passage on board to speak with his captain, they added a small matter of finery to their dress, and skipped into the boat like a couple of mountain kids, caring neither for the exposure of legs nor the spray of the salt water, which, though it took the curls out of their hair, added a bloom to the cheeks which, perhaps, contributed in no small degree to the success of their project. There is something in the sight of a petticoat at sea that never fails to put a man into a good humour, provided he be rightly constructed. When they got on board the Humming Bird, they were received by the captain, and handed down into the cabin, where some refreshments were immediately prepared for them, and every kind attention shown which their sex and beauty could demand. The captain was one of the best-natured fellows that ever lived, with a pair of little sparkling black eyes that laughed in your face. "And pray, young ladies," said he, "what may have procured me the honour of this visit?" "It was to beg a favour of your honour," said Judy. "And his honour will grant it too," said Maria, "for I like the look of him." Flattered by this little shot of Maria's, the captain said that nothing ever gave him more pleasure than to oblige the ladies, and if the favour they intended to ask was not utterly incompatible with his duty, that he would grant it. "Well, then," said Maria, "will your honour give me back Pat Flanagan, that you have pressed just now?" The captain shook his head. "He's no sailor, your honour, but a poor bog-trotter, and he will never do you any good." The captain again shook his head. "Ask me anything else," said he, "and I will give it you." "Well, then," said Maria, "give us Phelim O'Shaughnessy." The captain was equally inflexible. "Come, come, your honour," said Judy, "we must not stand upon trifles nowadays. I'll give you a kiss if you'll give me Pat Flanagan." "And I another," said Maria, "for Phelim." The captain had one seated on each side of him. His head turned like a dog-vane in a gale of wind. He did not know which to begin with. The most ineffable good humour danced in his eyes, and the ladies saw at once that the day was their own. Such is the power of beauty, and this lord of the ocean was fain to strike to it. Judy laid a kiss on his right cheek. Maria matched it on his left. The captain was the happiest of mortals. "Well, then," said he, "you have your wish. Take your 2 men, for I am in a hurry to make sail." "Is it sail ye are after making, and do ye mane to take all those pretty craturs away wid you?" "No, faith, another kiss and another man." I am not going to relate how many kisses these lovely girls bestowed on this envied captain. If such are captains perquisite, who would not be a captain? Suffice it to say, they released the whole bunch of their countrymen, and returned on board in triumph. The story reached Halifax, where the good-humoured admiral only said he was sorry he was not a captain, and all the happy society made themselves very merry with it. The captain, who is as brave as he is good, was promoted soon after, entirely from his own intrinsic merit, but not from this action, in which candour and friendship must acknowledge he was defeated. The Lord Chancellor used to say he always laughed at the settlement of pin money, as ladies were either kicked out of it or kissed out of it. But his lordship, in the whole course of his legal practice, never saw a captain of a man of war kissed out of 40 men by 2 pretty Irish girls. After this, who would not shout Eringo Bra? Dashing with a fine breeze out of the harbour, I saw with joy the field of fortune open to me, holding out a fair promise of glory and riches. Adieu, said I in my heart, adieu, ye lovely Nova Scotians. Learn in future to distinguish between false glitter and real worth. Me you prize for a handsome person and a smooth tongue, while you foolishly rejected men of 10 times my worth, because they wanted the outward blandishments. We were ordered to Bermuda, and on our first quitting the port steered away to the southward with a fair wind at north-west. This breeze soon freshened into a gale at south-east, and blew with some violence, but after a while it died away to a perfect calm, leaving a heavy swell in which the ship rolled incessantly. About 11 o'clock the sky began to blacken, and before noon had assumed an appearance of the most dismal and foreboding darkness. The sea-gulls screamed as they flew distractedly by, warning us to prepare for the approaching hurricane, whose symptoms could hardly be mistaken. The warning was not lost upon us. Most of our sails were taken in, and we had, as we thought, so well secured everything as to bid defiance to the storm. About noon it came with a sudden and terrific violence that astonished the oldest and most experienced seamen among us. The noise it made was horrible, and its ravages inconceivable. The wind was from the north-west. The water, as it blew on board, and all over us, was warm as milk. The murkiness and close smell of the air was in a short time dispelled, but such was the violence of the wind that, on the moment of its striking the ship, she lay over on her side with her lee guns under water. Every article that could move was danced to leeward. The shot flew out of the lockers, and the greatest confusion and dismay prevailed below, while above decks things went still worse. The mizzen-mast and the fore and main topmast went over the side, but such was the noise of the wind that we could not hear them fall. Nor did I, who was standing close to the mizzen-mast at the moment, know it was gone, until I turned round and saw the stump of the mainmast snapped in two like a carrot. The noise of the wind waxed louder and louder. It was like one continued peal of thunder, and the enormous waves as they rose were instantly beheaded by its fury, and sent in foaming spray along the bosom of the deep. The storm's staysails flew to atoms. The captain, officers, and men stood aghast, looking at each other, and waiting the awful event in utter amazement. The ship lay over on her larboard side, so heavily as to force in the gun-ports and the nettings of the waist hammocks, and seemed as if settling bodily down, while large masses of water by the force of the wind were whirled up in the air, and others were pouring down the hatchways, which we had not had time to batten down. And before we had succeeded, the lower deck was half full, and the chests and hammocks were all floating about in dreadful disorder. The sheep, cow, pigs, and poultry were all washed overboard, out of the waist and drowned. No voice could be heard, and no orders were given. All discipline was suspended. Every man was equal to his neighbour. Captain and sweeper clung alike to the same rope for security. The carpenter was for cutting away the masts, but the captain was not content. A seaman crawled aft on the quarter-deck, and screaming into the ear of the captain, informed him that one of the anchors had broken adrift, and was hanging by the cable under the bows. To have let it remain long in this situation was certain destruction to the ship, and I was ordered forward to see if it cut away, but so much had the gale and the sea increased in a few minutes, that a passage to the forecastle was not to be found. On the weather side, the wind and sea were so violent that no man could face them. I was blown against the boats, and with difficulty got back to the quarter-deck, and going over to leeward, I swam along the gangway under the lee of the boats, and delivered the orders, which with infinite difficulty at last were executed. On the forecastle I found the oldest and stoutest seamen holding on by the weather rigging, and crying like children. I was surprised at this, and felt proud to be above such weakness. While my superiors in age and experience were sinking under apprehension, I was aware of our danger, and saw very clearly that if the frigate did not right very shortly, it would be all over with us, for in spite of our precautions the water was increasing below. I swam back to the quarter-deck, where the captain, who was as brave a man as ever trod a plank, stood at the wheel with 3 of the best seamen, but such were the rude shocks which the rudder received from the sea, that it was with the utmost difficulty they could prevent themselves being thrown over the ship's side. The lee quarter-deck guns were under water, but it was proposed to throw them overboard, and as it was a matter of life and death, we succeeded. Still she lay like a log, and would not right, and settled down in a very alarming manner. The violence of the hurricane was unabated, and the general feeling seemed to be, to prayers, all lost. The fore and main masts still stood, supporting the weight of rigging and wreck which hung to them, and which, like a powerful lever, pressed the labouring ship down on her side. To disengage this enormous top hamper was to us an object more to be desired than expected. Yet the case was desperate, and a desperate effort was to be made, or in half an hour we should have been past praying, except by a Roman Catholic priest. The danger of sending a man aloft was so imminent that the captain would not order one on this service, but calling to the ship's company on the quarter-deck, pointed to the impending wreck, and by signs and gestures and hard bawling convinced them that unless the ship was immediately eased of her burden, she must go down. At this very moment every wave seemed to make a deeper and more fatal impression on her. She descended rapidly into the hollows of the sea, and rose with dull and exhausted motion, as if she felt she could do no more. She was worn out in the contest, and about to surrender, like a noble and battered fortress, to the overwhelming power of her enemies. The men seemed stupefied with the danger, and I have no doubt, could they have got at the spirits, they would have made themselves drunk, and in that state have met their inevitable fate. At every lurch the mainmast appeared as if making the most violent efforts to disengage itself from the ship. The weather shrouds became like straight bars of iron, while the lee shrouds hung over in a semicircle to leeward, or with the weather roll banged against the mast, and threatened instant destruction each moment from the convulsive jerks. We expected to see the mast fall, and with it the side of the ship to be beaten in. No man could be found daring enough, at the captain's request, to venture aloft, and cut away the wreck of the main topmast, and the mainyard, which was hanging up and down, with the weight of the topmast and topsail yard resting upon it. There was a dead and stupid pause, while the hurricane, if anything, increased in violence. I confess that I felt gratified at this acknowledgment of a danger which none dare face. I waited a few seconds to see if a volunteer would step forward, resolved, if he did, that I would be his enemy for life, inasmuch as he would have robbed me of the gratification of my darling passion, unbounded pride. Dangers, in common with others, I had often faced, and been the first to encounter, but to dare that which a gallant and hardy crew of a frigate had declined was a climax of superiority which I had never dreamed of attaining. Seizing a sharp tomahawk, I made signs to the captain that I would attempt to cut away the wreck. Follow me who dared. I mounted the weather rigging. 5 or 6 hardy seamen followed me up. Sailors will rarely refuse to follow where they find an officer to lead the way. The jerks of the rigging had nearly thrown us overboard, or jammed us with the wreck. We were forced to embrace the shrouds with arms and legs, and anxiously, and with breathless apprehension for our lives, did the captain, officers, and crew gaze on us as we mounted, and cheered us at every stroke of the tomahawk. The danger seemed past when we reached the catharpens, where we had foot-rooms. We divided our work. Some took the lanyards of the topmast rigging, I the slings of the mainyard. The lusty blows we dealt were answered by corresponding crashes, and at length down fell the tremendous wreck over the larboard gunwale. The ship felt instant relief, she righted, and we descended amidst the cheers, the applauses, the congratulations, and, I may add, the tears of gratitude of most of our shipmates. The work now became lighter, the gale abated every moment, the wreck was gradually cleared away, and we forgot our cares. This was the proudest moment of my life, and no earthly possession would I have taken in exchange for what I felt when I once more placed my foot on the quarter-deck. The approving smile of the captain, the hearty shake by the hand, the praises of the officers, the eager gaze of the ship's company, who looked on me with astonishment and obeyed me with alacrity, was something in my mind, when abstractedly considered, but nothing compared to the inward feeling of gratified ambition, a passion so intimately interwoven in my existence that to have eradicated it, the whole fabric of my frame must have been demolished. I felt pride justified. Hurricanes are rarely of long continuance. This was succeeded by a gale, which, though strong, was fine weather compared to what we had seen. We fell to work, rigged our jury-mast, and in a few days presented ourselves to the welcome gaze of the town of Halifax, which, having felt the full force of the hurricane, expressed very considerable alarm for our safety. My arms and legs did not recover for some time from the effects of the bruises I had received in going aloft, and for some days I remained on board. When I recovered I went on shore, and was kindly and affectionately received by numerous friends. I had not been long in Halifax before a sudden change took place in the behaviour of my captain towards me. The cause I could never exactly discover, though I had given myself some room for conjecture. I must confess, with sorrow, that notwithstanding his kindness to me on every occasion, and notwithstanding my high respect for him as an officer and a gentleman, I had raised a laugh against him. But he was too good-humoured a man to be offended at such a harmless act of youthful levity, and 5 minutes were usually the limits of anger with this amiable man on such occasions as I am about to relate. The fact was this: my truly noble captain sported a remarkable wide pair of blue trousers. Whether he thought it sailor-like, or whether his tailor was afraid of putting his lordship to short allowance of cloth, for fear of phlogistic consequences, I know not, but broad as was the beam of his lordship, still broader and more ample in proportion were the folds of this essential part of his drapery, quite enough to have embraced twice the volume of human flesh contained within them, large as it undoubtedly was. That a stitch in time saves 9 is a wise saw, unhappily, like many others of the same thrifty kind, but little heeded in this our day. So it was with Lord Edward. A rent had by some mischance been made in the central seam, and on the morning of the hurricane was still unmended. When the gale came, it sought a quarrel with anything it could lay hold of, and the harmless trousers of Lord Edward became subject to its mighty and restless devastation. The blustering Boreas entered by the seam aforesaid, and filled the trousers like the cheeks of a trumpeter. Yorkshire wool could not stand the inflated pressure, the dress split to ribbons, and soundly flagellated the very part it was intended to conceal. What could he do, in sweet confusion lost and dubious flutterings? The only defence left against the rude blast was his shirt, for the weather was so warm that second garments were dispensed with, and this too being old, fled in tatters before the gale. In short, clap a sailor's jacket on the Gladiator in Hyde Park, and you have a fair view of Lord Edward in the hurricane. The case was inconvenient enough, but as the ship was in distress, and we all expected to go to the bottom in half an hour, it was not worth while to quit the deck to replace the dress, which would have availed him nothing in the depths of the sea, particularly as we were not likely to meet with any ladies there. Nor, if there had been any, was it a matter of any moment whether we went to Davy's locker, with or without breeches. And when the danger was past, the joke began to appear, and I was amusing a large company with the tale, when his lordship came in. The titter of the ladies increased to a giggle, and then, by regular gradation, to a loud and uncontrollable laugh. He very soon discovered that he was the subject, and I the cause, and for a minute or two seemed sulky. But it soon went off, and I cannot think this was the reason of his change of sentiments. For, although it is high treason in a midshipman to look black at the captain's dog, much less to laugh at the captain under any circumstances, still I knew that my captain was too good a fellow to be offended with such a trifle. I rather suspect I was wished out of the ship by the first lieutenant and gun-room officers, and they were right, for where an inferior officer is popular with the men, discipline must suffer for it. I received a good-natured hint from Lord Edward that another captain in a larger frigate would be happy to receive me. I understood him. We parted good friends, and I shall ever think of him with respect and gratitude. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 14, Part 2. My new captain was a very different sort of man, refined in his manner, a scholar and a gentleman. Kind and friendly with his officers, his library was at their disposal. The fore-cabin, where his books were usually kept, was open to all. It was the schoolroom of the young midshipmen, and the study of the old ones. He was an excellent draughtsman, and I profited not a little by his instructions. He loved the society of the ladies, so did I; but he, being a married man, was more select in his company, and more correct in his conduct than I could pretend to be. We were ordered to Quebec, sailed through the beautiful Gut of Canso, and up the spacious and majestic St. Lawrence, passing in sight of the island of Anticosta. Nothing material occurred during this passage, save that a Scotch surgeon's assistant, having adopted certain aristocratic notions, required a democratical lecture on heads, which was duly administered to him. He pretended that he was, by birth and education at Edinburgh, entitled to be at the head of our mess. This I resisted, and soon taught the ambitious son of Aesculapius that the science of defence was as important as the art of healing, and that if he was skilful in this latter, I would give him an opportunity of employing it on his own person. Whereupon I implanted on his sinciput, occiput, os frontis, os nasi, and all other vulnerable parts of his body, certain concussions calculated to stupefy and benumb the sensorium, and to produce under each eye a quantity of black extravasated blood, while at the same time a copious stream of carmine fluid issued from either nostril. It was never my habit to bully or take any unfair advantage, so, having perceived a cessation of arms on his part, I put the usual interrogatives as to whether the party contending was satisfied, and being answered in the affirmative, I laid by my metacarpal bones until they might be farther wanted, either for reproof or correction. We anchored off Cape Diamond, which divides the St. Lawrence from the little river St. Charles. The continuation of this cape, as it recedes, forms the Heights of Abraham, on which the immortal Wolfe defeated Montcalm in the year 1759, when both the generals ended their glorious career in the field of battle. The city stands on the extremity of the cape, and has a very romantic appearance. The houses and churches are generally covered with tin, to prevent conflagration, to which this place was remarkably subject, when the houses were covered with thatch or shingle. When the rays of the sun lay on the buildings, they had the appearance of being cased in silver. One of our objects in going to Quebec was to procure men, of which the squadron was very deficient. Our seamen and marines were secretly and suddenly formed into press gangs. The command of one of them was conferred on me. The officers and marines went on shore in disguise, having agreed on private signals and places of rendezvous, while the seamen, on whom we could depend, acted as decoy ducks, pretending to belong to merchant vessels, of which their officer was the master, and inducing them to engage, for 10 gallons of rum and $300, to take the run home. Many were procured in this manner, and were not undeceived until they found themselves alongside of the frigate, when their oaths and execrations may be better conceived than described or repeated. It may be proper to explain here that the vessels employed in the timber trade arrive in the month of June, as soon as the ice is clear of the river, and if they do not sail by or before the end of October, are usually set fast in the ice and forced to winter in the St. Lawrence, losing their voyage, and lying 7 or 8 months idle. Aware of this, the sailors, as soon as they arrive, desert, and are secreted and fed by the crimps, who make their market of them in the fall of the year by selling them to the captains, procuring for the men an exorbitant sum for the voyage home, and for themselves a handsome douceur for their trouble, both from the captain and the sailor. We were desired not to take men out of the merchant vessels, but to search for them in the houses of the crimps. This was to us a source of great amusement and singular adventure, for the ingenuity in concealing them was only equalled by the art and cunning exercised in the discovery of their abodes. Cellars and lofts were stale and out of use. We found more game in the interior of haystacks, church steeples, closets under fireplaces, where the fire was burning. Some we found headed up in sugar hogsheads, and some concealed within bundles of hoop-staves. Sometimes we found seamen, dressed as gentlemen, drinking wine and talking with the greatest familiarity with people above them in rank, who had used these means to conceal them. Our information led us to detect these excusable impositions. I went into the country about 15 miles from Quebec, where I had heard of a crimp's preserve, and after a tedious search discovered some good seamen in the rafters of an outhouse intended only to smoke and cure bacon, and as the fires were lighted and the smoke ascending, it was difficult to conceive a human being could exist there, nor should we have discovered them if one of them had not coughed, on which he received the execrations of the others, and the whole party was instantly handed out. We immediately cut the strings of their trousers behind, to prevent their running away. This ought never to be omitted, and, placing them and ourselves in the farmer's wagon, made him put his team to and drive us all to Quebec, the new raised men joining with our own in all the jokes which flew thick about on the occasion of their discovery. It was astonishing to me how easily these fine fellows reconciled themselves to the thoughts of a man-of-war. Perhaps the approaching row with the Yankees tended very much to preserve good humour. I became an enthusiast in man-hunting, although sober reflection has since convinced me of its cruelty, injustice, and inexpediency, tending to drive seamen from the country more than any measure the government could adopt. But I am not going to write a treatise on impressment. I cared not 1 farthing about the liberty of the subject, as long as I got my ship well manned for the impending conflict, and as I gratified my love of adventure, I was as thoughtless of the consequences as when I rode over a farmer's turnips in England, and broke through his hedges in pursuit of a fox. A tradesman at Quebec had affronted me by refusing to discount a bill which I had drawn on my father. I had no other means of paying him for the goods I had purchased from him, and was much disconcerted at his refusal, which he accompanied with an insult to myself and my cloth, never to be forgotten. Turning the paper over and over, he said, "A midshipman's bill is not worth a farthing, and I am too old a bird to be caught with such chaff." Conscious that the bill was good, I vowed revenge. My search warrant enabled me to go wherever I could get information of men being concealed. This was easily obtained from a brother mid. The poor man might as well have been in the hands of the Holy Brotherhood. My companion stated his firm conviction that sailors were concealed in the house. I applied to the captain, and received orders to proceed by all means in execution of my duty. The tradesman was a man of consequence in Quebec, being what is there called a large storekeeper, though we in England should have called him a shopkeeper. About 1 o'clock in the morning we hammered at his door, with no gentle tap, demanding admittance in the name of our sovereign lord the king. We were refused, and forthwith broke open the door, and spread over his house like a nest of cockroaches. Cellars, garrets, maids' rooms, ladies' rooms, we entered, sans cérémonie, paid little regard to the Medicean costume of the fair occupants, broke some of the most indispensable articles of bedroom furniture, rattled the pots and pans about the kitchen, and, finding the 2 sons of the master of the house, ordered them to dress and come with us. Certain, we said, that they were sailors. When the old tradesman saw me, he began to smell a rat, and threatened me with severe punishment. I showed him my search warrant, and asked him if it was a good bill. After having inspected every part of the house, I departed, leaving the 2 young cubs half dead with fear. The next day a complaint was lodged at the government house, but investigation is a long word when a man of war is ordered on service. Dispatches from Albany reached Quebec, stating that the President of the United States had declared war against England, in consequence of which our captain took leave of the governor and dropped down the river with all speed, so I never heard any more of my tradesmen. We arrived at Halifax full manned, and immediately received orders to proceed to sea, to sink, burn, and destroy. We ran for Boston Bay, when, on the morning we made the land, we discovered 10 or 12 sail of merchant vessels. The first we boarded was a brig. One of our boats was lowered down. I got into her, and jumped on the deck of the Yankee, while the frigate continued in chase of the others. The master of the vessel sat on a hen coop, and did not condescend to rise or offer me the least salute as I passed him. He was a short, thick, paunchy looking fellow. "You are an Englishman, I guess." "I guess I am," I said, imitating him with a nasal twang. "I thought we shouldn't be long in our waters before we met some of you old country sarpents. No harm in what I've said, I hope," added the master. "Oh, no," said I, "not the least. It will make no difference in the long run. But where do you come from, and where are you bound?" "Come from Smyrna, and bound to Boston, where I hope to be to–morrow morning, by the blessing of God and a good conscience." From this answer I perceived that he was unacquainted with the war, and I therefore determined to play with him a little before I gave him the fatal news. "And pray," said I, "what might your cargo consist of? You appear to be light." "Not so light neither, I guess," said the man. "We have sweet oil, raisins, and what we calls notions." "I have no notion," said I, "what they might be. Pray explain yourself." "Why, you see, notions is what we call a little of all sorts like. Some likes one thing, you know, and some another. Some likes sweet almonds, and some likes silk, and some likes opium, and some," he added with a cunning grin, "likes dollars." "And are these the notions with which you are loaded?" said I. "I guess they are," replied Jonathan. "And what might your outward cargo have been?" said I. "Salt fish, flour, and tobacco," was his answer. "And is this all you have in return?" I asked. "I thought the Smyrna trade had been a very good one." "Well, so it is," said the unwary Yankee. $30,000 in the cabin, besides the oil, and the rest of the goods ain't no bad thing." "I am very glad to hear of the dollars," said I. "What odds does that make to you?" said the captain. "It won't be much of 'em as'll come to your share." "More than you may think," said I. "Have you heard the news as you came along?" At the word news, the poor man's face became the colour of one in the jaundice. "What news?" said he, in a state of trepidation that hardly admitted of utterance. "Why, only that your president, Mr. Madison, has thought fit to declare war against England." "You're only a joking," said the captain. "I give you my word of honour I am serious," said I. "And your vessel is a prize to his Britannic Majesty's ship, the—" The poor man fetched a sigh from the waistband of his trousers. "I am a ruined man," said he. "I only wish I'd known a little sooner of the war you talked about. I've got 2 nice little guns there forward. You shouldn't have had me so easily." I smiled at his idea of resistance against a fast-sailing frigate of 50 guns, but left him in the full enjoyment of his conceit, and, changing the subject, asked if he had anything he could give us to drink, for the weather was very warm. "No, I han't," he replied, peevishly, "and if I had—" "Come, come, my good fellow," said I, "you forget you are a prize. Civility is a cheap article, and may bring you a quick return." "That's true," said Jonathan, who was touched on the nicest point, self. "That's true. You are only doing your duty. Here, boy, fetch up that 'ere demijohn of Madeira, for I ought to know. The young officer might like a drop o' long cork. Bring us some tumblers, and one of they claret bottles out of the starboard after locker." The boy obeyed, and the articles quickly appeared. While this dialogue was going on, the frigate was in chase, firing guns, and bringing to the different vessels as she passed them, dropping a boat on board of one, and making sail after another. We stood after her with all the sail we could conveniently carry. "Pray," said the captain, "might I offer you a bit of something to eat? I guess you hadn't dined yet, as it isn't quite meridian." I thanked him, and accepted his offer. He ran down instantly to the cabin, as if to prepare for my reception; but I rather thought he wished to place some articles out of my sight, and this proved to be the case, for he stole a bag of dollars out of the cargo. In a short time I was invited down. A leg of cured pork and a roasted fowl were very acceptable to a midshipman at any time, but particularly so to me, and, when accompanied by a few glasses of the Madeira, the barometer of my spirits rose in proportion to the depression of his. "Come, captain," said I, filling a bumper of claret, "here's to a long and bloody war." "D the dog that won't say amen to that," said the master. "But where do you mean to carry me to? I guess to Halifax. Shan't I have my clothes and my own private venter?" "All your private property," said I, "will be held sacred, but your vessel and cargo are ours." "Well, well," said the man, "I know that. But if you behave well to me, you shan't find I'm ungrateful. Let me have my things, and I'll give you a bit of news, as will be of service to you." He then told me, on my promising him his private venture, that we had not a moment to lose, for that a vessel, just visible on the horizon, was from Smyrna, richly laden. She was commanded by a townsman of his, and bound to the same place. I turned from him with contempt, and at the same moment made a signal to speak the frigate. On going on board, I told the captain what I had heard from the master of the prize, and the promise I had given. He approved of it, the proper number of men were instantly sent back to the brig, the prisoners taken out, and the frigate made sail in chase of the indicated vessel, which she captured that night at 9 o'clock. I would not willingly believe that such perfidy is common among the Americans. On parting with the master of my brig, a sharp dialogue took place between us. "I guess I'll fit out a privateer, and take some of your merchanters." "Take care you are not taken yourself," said I, "and pass your time on board one of our prison ships. But remember, whatever may happen, it's all your own fault. You have picked a German quarrel with us, to please Boney, and he will only spit in your face when you have done your best for him. Your wise president has declared war against the mother country." "D the mother country," muttered the Yankee. "Stepmother, I guess you mean, tarnation seize her." We continued following the ship, and by night time the frigate had secured 8 prizes, one of them being a brig in ballast. The prisoners were put on board of her, my Yankee friend among the number, and turned adrift, to find their way home. We took care to give to all of them their private ventures and their clothes. I was in hopes of being allowed to go to Halifax with my prize, but the captain, knowing how I was likely to pass my time, kept me with him. We cruised 2 months, taking many privateers, some large and some small. Some we burned, and some we scuttled. One day we had one of these craft alongside, and having taken everything out of her that was worth moving, we very imprudently set her on fire before she was clear of the ship's side, and as we were on a wind, it was some minutes before we could get her clear. In the meantime the fire began to blaze up in a very alarming manner under the mizzen chains, where, by the attraction of the two floating bodies, she seemed resolved to continue; but on our putting the helm up, and giving the vessel a sheer the contrary way, as soon as we were before the wind, she parted from us, to our great joy, and was soon in a volume of flame. Our reason for setting her on fire alongside was to save time, as we wanted to go in chase of another vessel, seen from the masthead, and lowering a boat down to destroy this vessel would have detained us. Before the end of the cruise we chased a schooner, which ran on shore and bilged. We boarded her, brought away her crew and part of her cargo, which was very valuable. She was from Bordeaux, bound to Philadelphia. I was sent to examine her, and endeavour to bring away more of her cargo. The tide rising in her, we were compelled to rip up her decks, and discovered that she was laden with bales of silk, broadcloths, watches, clocks, laces, silk stockings, wine, brandy, bars of steel, olive oil, etc., etc. I sent word of this to the captain, and the carpenter and plenty of assistants arriving, we rescued a great quantity of the goods from the deep, or the Yankee boats, who would soon have been on board after we left her. We could perceive in the hold some cases, but they were at least 4 feet under water. It was confoundedly cold, but I thought there was something worth diving for, so down I went, and contrived to keep myself long enough under water to hook one end of a case, by which means we broke it out and got it up. It was excellent claret, and we were not withheld from drinking it by any scruples of conscience; for if I had not dived for it, it never would have come to the mouth of an Englishman. We discussed a 3 dozen case among just so many of us, in a reasonable short time, and as it was October we felt no ill effects from a frequent repetition of the dose. I never felt colder, and diving requires much stimulant. From practice at this work I could pick up pins and needles in a clear sandy bottom, and considering the density of the medium, could live like a beaver under water; but I required ample fees for my trouble. When we returned on board we were very wet and cold, and the wine took no effect on us; but as soon as we thawed, like the horn of the great Munchausen, the secret escaped, for we were all tipsy. The captain inquired the cause of this the next day, and I very candidly told him the whole history. He was wise enough to laugh at it. Some captains would have flogged every one of the men, and disgraced the officers. On our return into port, I requested permission to go to England in order to pass my examination as lieutenant, having nearly completed my servitude as a midshipman. I was asked to remain out, and take my chance for promotion in the flagship; but more reasons than I chose to give induced me to prefer an examination at a seaport in England, and I obtained my discharge and came home. The reader will no doubt give me credit for having written some dozen of letters to Eugenia. Youth, beauty, and transient possession had still preserved my attachment to her unabated. Emily I had heard of, and still loved with a purer flame. She was my sun, Eugenia my moon, and the fair favourites of the western hemisphere so many twinkling stars of the first, second, and third magnitude. I loved them all more or less, but all their charms vanished when the beauteous Emily shone in my breast with refulgent light. I had received letters from my father, who wished me to come home, that he might present me to some of the great men of the nation, and secure my promotion to the highest ranks of the service. This advice was good, and, as it suited my views, I followed it. I parted with my captain on the best terms, took leave of all my messmates and the officers in the same friendly manner, and last, not least, went round to the ladies, kissing, hugging, crying, and swearing love and eternal attachment. Nothing, I declared, should keep me from Halifax as soon as I had passed; nothing prevent my marrying one as soon as I was a lieutenant; a second was to have the connubial knot tied when I was a commander, and a third as soon as I was made a captain. Oh, how like was I to Don Galaor, and how unlike the constant Amadis de Gaul! But, reader, you must take me as I was, not as I ought to have been. After a passage of 6 weeks I arrived at Plymouth, and had exactly completed my 6 years' servitude. End of Chapter 14, Part 2.
Section 18 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 15, Part 1. Examine him closely, good men dry. Spare him not. Ask him impossible questions. Let us thwart him. Let us thwart him. Beaumont and Fletcher. Soon after my arrival at Plymouth, notice was given by a general order issued from the flagship that a passing day for the examination of midshipmen as touching their qualifications for the rank of lieutenant, would be held on board the Salvador del Mundo, in Hamoaze. I lost no time in acquainting my father with this, and telling him that I felt quite prepared, and meant to offer myself. Accordingly, on the day appointed, your humble servant, with some 14 or 15 other youthful aspirants, assembled on board the flagship. Each was dressed out in our No. 1 suits, in most exact and unquizzable uniform, with a large bundle of logbooks under our arms. We were all huddled together in a small screened canvas cabin, like so many sheep ready for slaughter. About 11 o'clock, the captains who were to be our Minos and our Rhadamanthus made their appearance, and we all agreed that we did not much like the cut of their jibs. At 12 o'clock the first name was called. The desperate youth tried to pluck up a little courage. He cleared his throat, pulled up his shirt collar, touched his neck-handkerchief, and seizing his cocked hat and journals, boldly followed the messenger into the captain's cabin, where 3 grave-looking gentlemen in undress uniform awaited him. They were seated at a round table. A clerk was at the elbow of the president. Moore's Navigation, that wise redoubtable, lay before them, together with a nautical almanac, a slate and pencil, ink and paper. The trembling middy advanced to the table, and having most respectfully deposited his journals and certificates of sobriety and good conduct, was desired to sit down. The first questions were merely theoretical, and although in the gun-room or in any other company he would have acquitted himself with ease, he was so abashed and confounded that he lost his head entirely, trembled at the first question, stared at the second, and having no answer to make to the third, was dismissed with directions to go to sea 6 months longer. He returned to us with a most woebegone countenance. I never saw a poor creature in greater mental torment. I felt for him the more, as I knew not how soon his case might be my own. Another was called, and soon returned with no better success, and the description he gave of the bullying conduct of the youngest passing captain was such as to damp the spirits, and enough to stultify minds so inexperienced as ours, and where so much depended on our success. This hint was, however, of great use to me. Theory, I found, was the rock on which they had split, and in this part of my profession I knew my powers, and was resolved not to be bowled out by the young captain. But while I thus resolved, a third candidate was returned to us, re infecta, and this was a young man on whose talents I could have relied. I began to doubt myself. When the fourth came out with a smiling face and told us he had passed, I took a little breath, but even this comfort was snatched from me in a moment, by his saying that one of the passing captains was a friend of his father. Here then was solved an enigma, for this fellow, during the short time I was in his company, gave proof of being no better than a simpleton. On my own name being called, I felt a flutter about the heart which I did not feel in action, or in the hurricane, or when, in a case more desperate than either, I jumped overboard at Spithead to swim to my dear Eugenia. "Powers of impudence as well as algebra," said I, "lend me your aid, or I am undone." In a moment the cabin door flew open. The sentinel closed it after me, and I found myself in the presence of this most awful triumvirate. I felt very like Daniel in the lion's den. I was desired to take a chair, and a short discussion ensued between the judges, which I neither heard nor wished to hear. But while it lasted, I had time to survey my antagonists from head to foot. I encouraged myself to think that I was equal to one of them, and if I could only neutralize him, I thought I should very easily floor the other two. One of these officers had a face like a painted pumpkin, and his hand, as it lay on the table, looked more like the fin of a turtle. The nails were bitten so close off that the very remains of them seemed to have retreated into the flesh, for fear of farther depredation, which the other hand was at the moment suffering. Thinks I to myself, if ever I saw lodgings to let unfurnished, it is in that cocoanut or pumpkin or gourd of yours. The next captain to him was a little, thin, dark, dried-up, shrivelled fellow, with keen eyes and a sharp nose. The midshipmen called him Old Chili Vinegar, or Old Hot and Sour. He was what we term a martinet. He would keep a man 2 months on his blacklist, giving him a breech of a gun to polish and keep bright, never allowing him time to mend his clothes, or keep himself clean, while he was cleaning that which, for all the purposes of war, had better have been black. He seldom flogged a man, but he tormented him into sullen discontent by what he called keeping the devil out of his mind. This little nightmare, who looked like a dried eel-skin, I soon found was the leader of the band. The third captain was a tall, well-looking, pompous man. He was the junior officer of the three, with a commanding and most unbending countenance. He would not ope his mouth in way of smile, though Nestor swore the jest was laughable. I had just time to finish my survey and form a rough estimate of the qualities of my examiners when I was put upon my trial by the president, who thus addressed me. "You are perfect in the theory of navigation, I presume, sir, or you would not come here?" I replied that I hoped I should be found so, if they would please to try me. "Ready enough with his answer," said the tall captain. "I dare say this fellow is Jawmaster General in the cockpit. Who did you serve your time with, sir?" I stated the different captains I had served with, particularly Lord Edward. "Oh, aye, that's enough. You must be a smart fellow if you have served with Lord Edward." I understood the envious and sarcastic manner in which this was uttered, and prepared accordingly for an arduous campaign, quite sure that this man, who was no seaman, would have been too happy in turning back one of Lord Edward's midshipmen. Several problems were given to me, which I readily solved, and returned to them. They examined my logs and certificates with much seeming scrutiny, and then ventured a question in the higher branches of mathematics. This I also solved, but I found talent was not exactly what they wanted. The little skinny captain seemed rather disappointed that he could not find fault with me. A difficult problem in spherical trigonometry lay before them, carefully drawn out, and the result distinctly marked at the bottom, but this I was not, of course, permitted to see. I soon answered the question. They compared my work with that which had been prepared for them, and as they did not exactly agree, I was told that I was wrong. I was not disconcerted, and very deliberately looked over my work. I told them I could not discover any error, and was able to prove it by inspection, by canon, by Gunter, or by figure. "You think yourself a very clever fellow, I dare say," said the little fat captain. "A second Euclid," said the tall captain. "Pray, sir, do you know the meaning of pons asinorum?" "Bridge of Asses, sir," said I, staring him full in the face with a smile under the skin. Now it was very clear to me that the little fat captain had never heard of the Asses Bridge before, and therefore supposed I was quizzing the tall captain, who, from having been what we used to term a harbour duty man all his life, had heard of the Pons Asinorum, but did not know which of the problems of Euclid it was, nor how it was applicable to navigation. The fat captain therefore burst into a horse laugh, saying, "I think he hits you hard. You had better let him alone. He will puzzle you presently." Nettled at this observation of his brother officer, the tall captain was put upon his mettle, and insisted that the question last proposed was not satisfactorily answered, and swore by God that he never would sign my certificate until I did it. I persisted. The two works were compared. I was threatened to be turned back, when, lo! to the dismay of the party, the error was found in their own work. The fat captain, who was a well-meaning man, laughed heartily. The other two looked very silly and very angry. "Enough of this, sir," said the martinet. "Now stand up and let us see what you can do with a ship." A ship was supposed to be on the stocks. She was launched. I was appointed to her, and as first lieutenant ordered to prepare her for sea. I took her into dock, and saw her coppered, took her along the sheer hulk, masted her, laid her to the ballast wharf, took in and stowed her iron ballast and her tanks, moved off to a hulk or receiving ship, rigged her completely, bent her sails, took in guns, stores, and provisions, reported her ready for sea, and made the signal for a pilot, took her out of harbour, and was desired to conduct her into other harbours, pointing out the shoals and dangers of Portsmouth, Plymouth, Falmouth, the Downs, Yarmouth Roads, and even to Shetland. But the little martinet and the tall captain had not forgiven me for being right in the problem, and my examination continued. They put my ship into every possible situation which the numerous casualties of a sea life present in such endless variety. I set and took in every sail, from the skysail to trysail. I had my mast shot away, and I rigged jury masts. I made sail on them, and was getting fairly into port, when the little martinet very cruelly threw my ship on her beam ends on a dead lee shore, a dark night, and blowing a hurricane, and told me to get her out of that scrape if I could. I replied that if there was anchorage I should anchor, and take my chance, but if there was no anchorage, neither he nor any one else could save the ship, without a change of wind or the special interference of Providence. This did not satisfy old Chili Vinegar. I saw that I was persecuted, and that the end would be fatal to my hopes. I therefore became indifferent, was fatigued with the endless questions put to me, and, very fortunately for me, made a mistake, at least in the opinion of the tall captain. The question at that time was one which was much controverted in the service, namely, whether, on being taken flat aback, you should put your helm a turn or two a lee, or keep it amidship. I preferred the latter mode, but the tall captain insisted on the former, and gave his reasons. Finding myself on debatable ground, I gave way, and thanked him for his advice, which I said I should certainly follow whenever the case occurred to me. Not that I felt convinced then, and have since found that he was wrong. Still my apparent tractability pleased his self-love, and he became my advocate. He grinned horribly a ghastly smile, and, turning to the other captains, asked if they were satisfied. This question, like the blow of the auctioneer's hammer, ends all discussion, for captains on these occasions never gainsay each other. I was told that my passing certificate would be signed. I made my best bow and my exit, reflecting, as I returned to the sheep pen, that I had nearly lost my promotion by wounding their vanity, and had regained my ground by flattering it. Thus the world goes on, and from my earliest days my mind was strengthened and confirmed in every vice by the pernicious example of my superiors. I might have passed much more easily abroad. I remember one fine day at sea in the West Indies, a boat was lowered down and sent with a young midshipman, whose time was not fairly served, and whose age and appearance indicated anything but nautical knowledge, to a ship then in company. In a quarter of an hour he returned with his passing certificate. We were all astonished, and inquired what questions were put to him. He said none at all, except as to the health of my father and mother, and whether I would have port or white wine and water. On coming away, the brat added, one of the captains desired I would, when I wrote home, give his best respects to Lord and Lady G. He had ordered a turkey to be picked and put in the boat for me, and wished me success. This boy was soon afterwards made a post captain, but fortunately for the service died on his passage to England. There was certainly some difference between this examination and mine, but when it was over I rejoiced at the severity of my ordeal. My pride, my darling pride, was tickled at the triumph of my talents, and as I wiped away the perspiration from my forehead, I related my difficulties, my trials, and my success with a degree of self-complacency that in any other person I should have called egregious vanity. One good effect resulted from my long examination, which continued an hour and a half. This was, that the captains passed all the other midshipmen with very few questions. They were tired of their employment, and thus it was only the poor unlucky devils that took off the fiery edge of their morning zeal, who suffered, and among the plucked, it was known, there were much cleverer fellows than many of those who had come off with flying colours. There was one circumstance which amused me. When the captains came on deck, the little chili vinegar called me to him, and inquired whether I was any relation of Mr. —. I replied that he was my uncle. "Bless my soul, sir! Why, he is my most intimate friend. Why did you not tell me you were his nephew?" I answered with an affected humility, very nearly allied to impertinence, that I could not see by his face that he knew my uncle. Nor, indeed, had I known it, should I have thought it delicate to have mentioned it at such a time, as it might not only have implied a want of confidence in my own abilities, but also a suspicion that he might, by such a communication, have been induced to deviate from the rigid path of his duty, and might therefore have received it as a personal affront. "All that is very fine and very true," said the veteran. "But when you have an older head upon your shoulders, and have seen a little more of our service, you will learn to trust at least as much to friends as to merit, and rely on it, that if you could make yourself out cousin german to the old tomcat at the Admiralty, you would fare all the better for it. However, it's all over now, and there's an end of it. But make my compliments to your uncle, and tell him that you passed your examination in a manner highly creditable to you." So saying, he touched his hat to the sergeant's guard, and slipped down the side into his gig. As he descended, I said to myself, "Damn your monkey face, you coffee-coloured little rascal! No thanks to you if I have passed. I suppose your father was breeches mender to the First Lord's butler, or else you shared your mother's milk with a lord-in-waiting, and that's the way you got the command of the —." Elated with the result of the day, I threw myself into the mail that evening, and reached my father's house in a short time after. My reception was kind and affectionate, but death had made sad havoc in my family during my late absence. My elder brother and 2 sisters had been successively called to join my poor mother in heaven, and all that remained now to comfort my father was a younger sister and myself. I must confess that my father received me with great emotion. His own heavy afflictions from the loss of his children, and the dangers I had undergone, as well as the authentic assurances he had received of my good conduct, were more than sufficient to bury all my errors in oblivion, and he appeared, and I have no doubt really was, fonder and prouder of me than ever. As to what my own feelings were on this occasion, I shall not attempt to disguise them. Sorry I certainly was for the death of my nearest relatives, but when the intelligence reached me, I was in the midst of the most active service. Death in all its forms had become familiar to me, and so little impression did the event make on my mind, that I did not interrupt the thread of my history to speak of it when it occurred. I take shame to myself for not feeling more, but I am quite sure from this one instance in my life that the feelings are blunted in proportion to the increase of misery around us; that the parent who, in a moment of peace and domestic tranquillity, would be agonized at the loss of one child, would view the death of 10 with comparative indifference when surrounded by war, pestilence, or famine. End of chapter 15, part 1. Section 19 of The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 15, Part 2. My feelings, never very acute in this respect, were completely blunted by my course of life. Those fond recollections which, in a calm scene, would have wrung from me some tears to their memory, were now drowned or absorbed in the waste, the profligacy, and the dissipation of war. And shall I add that I easily reconciled myself to a loss which was likely so much to increase my worldly gain. For my eldest brother, I own that, even from childhood, I had felt jealousy and dislike, fostered, as I think, in some measure unwisely, and in part unavoidably, by the conduct of my parents. In all matters of choice or distinction, Tom was to have the preference, because he was the oldest. This I thought hard enough. But when Tom had new clothes at midsummer and Christmas, and his old ones were converted to my use, I honestly own I wished the devil had Tom. As a point of economy, perhaps, this could not be avoided, but it engendered a hatred towards my brother which often made me, in my own little malignant mind, find excuses for the conduct of Cain. Tom was, to be sure, what is called a good boy. He never soiled his clothes as I did. I was always considered as a rantipole, for whom anything was good enough. But when I saw my brother tricked out in new clothes, and his old duds covering me like a scarecrow, I appeal to any honourable mind whether it was in human nature to feel otherwise than I did, without possessing an angelic disposition, to which I never pretended, and I fairly own that I did shed not 1/50th part so many tears over Tom's grave as I did over his dirty pantaloons, when forced to put them on. As for my sisters, I knew little about them, and cared less. We met during the holidays, and separated without regret after a month's quarrelling. When I went to sea, I ceased to think about them, concluding there was no love lost; but when I found that death had for ever robbed me of 2 of them, I felt the irretrievable loss. I reproached myself with my coldness and neglect, and the affection I had denied to them I heaped threefold on my remaining sister. Even before I had ever seen her on my return, the tide of fraternal love flowed towards her with an uncontrollable violence. All that I ought to have felt towards the others was concentrated in her, and displayed itself with a force which surprised even myself. Perhaps the reader may be astonished that my first inquiry in London, when I had seen my father and my family, should not have been after poor Eugenia, whom I had left, and who had also quitted me under such very peculiar and interesting circumstances. I cannot, however, claim much credit for having performed this duty. I did go, without loss of time, to her agent, and all that my most urgent entreaty could obtain from him was that she was well, that I still had credit at his house for any sum I chose to draw for in moderation, but that her place of abode must, till farther orders from her, remain a secret. As my father did not want interest, and my claims were backed by good certificates, I received my commission as a lieutenant in His Majesty's Navy about a fortnight after my arrival in London, but not being appointed to any ship, I resolved to enjoy the otium cum dig, and endeavour to make myself some amends for the hard campaign I had so lately completed in North America. I felt the transport of being a something. At least I could live independent of my father, let the worst come to the worst, and I shall ever think this step gave me more real pleasure than either of the two subsequent ones which I have lived to attain. No sooner, therefore, had I taken up my commission, than my thoughts turned on my Emily, and 2 days after the attainment of my rank, I mentioned to my father my intention of paying a visit to Hall. He was at the time in high good humour. We were sitting over our bottle of claret, after an excellent tete-a-tete dinner, during which I contributed very much to his amusement by the recital of some of my late adventures. He shuddered at my danger in the hurricane, and his good-humoured sides had well nigh cracked with laughter when I recounted my pranks at Quebec and Prince Edward's Island. When I spoke of Miss Somerville, my father said he had no doubt she would be happy to see me, that she was now grown a very beautiful girl, and was the toast of the county. I received this information with an apparent cool indifference, which I was far from feeling inwardly, for my heart beat at the intelligence. "Perhaps," said I, picking my teeth, and looking at my mouth in a little ivory étui, "perhaps she may be grown a fine girl. She bade fair to be so when I saw her, but fine girls are very plenty nowadays, since the vaccine has turned out the smallpox. Besides, the girls have now another chance of a good shape. They are allowed to take the air, instead of sitting all day with their feet in the stocks, and their dear sweet noses bent over a French grammar, under the rod of a French governess." Why I took so much pains to conceal from the best of parents the real state of my heart, I know not, except that, from habit, deceit was to me more readily at hand than candour. Certainly my attachment to this fair and virtuous creature could not cause me to blush, except at my own unworthiness of so much excellence. My father looked disappointed. I know not why, but I afterwards learned that the subject of our union had, since my brother's death, been discussed and agreed to between him and Mr. Somerville, and that our marriage was only to be deferred until I should have attained the rank of captain, provided always that the parties were agreed. "I thought," said my father, "that you were rather smitten in that quarter." "Me smitten, sir?" said I, with a look of astonishment. "I have, it is true, a very high respect for Miss Somerville, but as for being in love with her, I trust no little attentions on my part have been so construed. I have paid her no more attention than I may have done to any pretty girl I meet with." This was indeed true, too true. "Well, well," said my father, "it is a mistake on my part." And here the conversation on that subject was dropped. It appeared that after the little arrangement between Mr. Somerville and my father, and when I had gone to join my ship in America, they had had some communication together, in which Mr. Somerville disclosed that, having questioned his daughter, she had ingenuously confessed that I was not indifferent to her. She acknowledged with crimson blushes that I had requested and obtained a lock of her hair. This Mr. Somerville told my father in confidence. He was not, therefore, at liberty to mention it to me, but it sufficiently accounts for his astonishment at my seeming indifference, for the two worthy parents had naturally concluded that it was a match. Confounded and bewildered by my asseveration, my father knew not whose veracity to impeach, but charitably concluding there was some mistake, or that I was, as heretofore, a fickle, thoughtless being, considered himself bound in honour to communicate the substance of our conversation to Mr. Somerville, and the latter no sooner received it than he placed the letter in Emily's hands. A very comfortable kind of avant-courier for a lover, after an absence from his mistress of full 3 years. I arrived at the Hall, bursting with impatience to see the lovely girl, whose hold on my heart and affection was infinitely stronger than I had ever supposed. Darting from the chaise, I flew into the sitting-room, where she usually passed her morning. I was now in my 22nd year. My figure was decidedly of a handsome cast, my face what I knew most women admired. My personal advantages were heightened by the utmost attention to dress. The society of the fair Acadians had very much polished my manners, and I had no more of the professional roughness of the sea than what, like the crust on the port wine, gave an agreeable flavour. My countenance was as open and as ingenuous as my heart was deceitful and desperately wicked. Emily rose with much agitation, and in an instant was clasped in my arms. Not that the movement was voluntary on her part, it was wholly on mine. She rather recoiled, but for an instant seemed to have forgotten the fatal communication which her father had made to her not 2 hours before. She allowed me, perhaps she could not prevent it, to press her to my heart. She soon, however, regained her presence of mind, and gently disengaging herself, gave vent to her feelings in a violent flood of tears. Not at the time recollecting the conversation with my father, much less suspecting that Emily had been made acquainted with it, I cannot but confess that this reception surprised me. My caresses were repulsed, as coming from one totally disqualified to take such freedom. She even addressed me as Mr. Mildmay, instead of Frank. "What may all this mean, my dearest Emily?" said I, "after so long an absence? What can I have done to make so great an alteration in your sentiments? Is this the reward of affection and constancy? Have I so long worn this dear emblem of your affection next to my heart, in battle and in tempest, to be spurned from you like a cur on my return?" I felt that I had a clear right to boast of constancy, nor were the flirtations of Halifax and Quebec at all incompatible with such a declaration. The fair sex will start at this proposition, but it is nevertheless true. Emily was to me what the Dutchman's best anchor was to him. He kept it at home, for fear of losing it. He used other anchors in different ports, that answered the purpose tolerably well, but this best bower he always intended to ride by in the new deep, when he had escaped all the dangers and quicksands of foreign shores. Such was Emily to me. I thought of her when in the very jaws of the shark. I thought of her when I mounted the rigging in the hurricane. I thought of her when bored and tormented to madness by the old passing captains. All I might gain in renown was for her. Why then, traitor-like, did I deny her? For no other reason that I can devise than that endless love of plot and deceit which had grown with my growth. Madame de Staël has pronounced love to be an episode in a man's life, and so far it is true. There are as many episodes in life as there are in novels and romances, but in neither case do they destroy the general plot of the history, although they may, for the time, distract or divert our attention. Here, then, is the distinction between passion and love. I felt a passion for Eugenia, love for Emily. And why? Because, although it was through my own persuasions and entreaties that her scruples had been overcome, although it was through her affection for me which would not allow her to refuse me any demand, even to the sacrifice of herself, that Eugenia had fallen, still in the eyes of society she had fallen, and I did not offer up a pure and holy love to that which was not accounted pure. In this I gave way ungratefully to the heartless casuistry of the world. But Emily, enshrined in modesty, with every talent, equal, if not superior charms, defended by rank and connection, was a flower perpetually blooming on the stem of virtue, that it would have amounted to sacrilege to attempt to have plucked, and the attempt itself would have savoured of insanity, from the utter hopelessness of success. Every sentiment connected with her was pure from mere selfishness. Not for worlds would I have injured her, because in destroying her peace of mind, my own would have fled forever. When I contemplated our final union, I blushed for my own unworthiness, and looked forward to the day when, by repentance and amendment, I might be deemed worthy to lead her to the altar. I had not time to pursue these reflections any farther. Emily heard my appeal, and rising from her seat in the most dignified manner, addressed me in the commanding language of conscious virtue and injured innocence. "Sir," said she, "I trust I am too honest to deceive you or any one, nor have I done that of which I need be ashamed. Whatever reasons I may have to repent of my misplaced confidence, I will make no secret of that which now compels me to change my opinion of you. You will find them amply detailed in this paper," at the same time putting into my hand a letter from my father to Mr. Somerville. In a moment the mystery was unravelled, and conviction flashed in my face like the priming of a musket. Guilty, and convicted on the clearest evidence, I had nothing left for it but to throw myself on her mercy. But while I stood undecided and unknowing what to do, Mr. Somerville entered, and welcomed me with kind but cool hospitality. Seeing Emily in tears, and my father's letter in her hand, he knew that an éclaircissement had taken place, or was in progress. In this situation, candour and an honest confession that I felt a mauvaise honte in disclosing my passion to my father would undoubtedly have been my safest course. But my right trusty friend, the devil, stepped in to my assistance, and suggested deceit, or a continuation of that chain by which he had long since bound me, and not one link of which he took care should ever be broken. And fortunately for me, this plan answered, at the time, better than candour. "I must acknowledge, sir," said I, "that appearances are against me. I can only trust to your patient hearing while I state the real facts. Allow me first to say that my father's observations are hardly warranted by the conversation which took place; and if you will please, in the first place, to consider that very conversation originated in my expressing a wish and intention of coming down to see you, and to produce to your daughter the memento so carefully guarded during my long absence, you must perceive that there is an incongruity in my conduct, difficult to explain. But still, through all these mazes and windings, I trust that truth and constancy will be found at the bottom. You may probably laugh at the idea, but I really felt jealous of my father's praises so lavishly bestowed on Miss Somerville, and not supposing he was aware of my attachment, I began to fear he had pretensions of his own. He is a widower, healthy, and not old, and it appeared to me that he only wanted my admiration to justify his choice of a stepmother for myself and sister. Thus, between love for Miss Somerville and respect for my father, I scarcely knew how to act. That I should for one moment have felt jealous of my father, I now acknowledge with shame. Yet, labouring under the erroneous supposition of his attachment to an object which had been the only one of my adoration, I could not make up my mind to a disclosure which I feared would have renewed our differences, and produced the most insuperable bars to our future reconciliation. This thought burned in my brain, and urged the speed of the jaded post-horses. If you will examine the drivers, they will tell you that the whole way from town they have been stimulated by the rapping of a Spanish dollar on the glass of the chaise. I dreaded my father getting the start of me, and busy fancy painted him to my heated imagination, kneeling at the feet of my beloved Emily. Condemn me not, therefore, too harshly; only allow me the same lenient judgment which you exercised when I first had the pleasure of making your acquaintance." This last sentence delicately recalled the scene at the inn, and the circumstances of my first introduction. The defence was not bad. It wanted but one simple ingredient to have made it excellent, I mean truth. But the court being strongly biassed in favour of the prisoner, I was acquitted, and at the same time admonished to be more careful in future. The reconciliation produced a few more tears from my beloved Emily, who soon after slipped out of the room to recover her flurry. When Mr. Somerville and myself were left together, he explained to me the harmless plot which had been laid for the union between his daughter and myself. How true it is that the falling out of lovers is the renewal of love. The fair, white hand extended to me was kissed with the more rapture, as I had feared the losing of it for ever. None enjoy the pleasures of a secure port but he who has been tempest-tossed and in danger of shipwreck. The dinner and the evening were among the happiest I can remember. We sat but a short time over our wine, as I preferred following my mistress to the little drawing-room, where tea and coffee were prepared, and where the musical instruments were kept. Emily sang and played to me, and I sang and accompanied her, and I thought all the clocks and watches in the house were at least 3 hours too fast, when, as it struck 12, the signal was made to retire. I had no sooner laid my head on my pillow than I began to call myself to a severe account for my duplicity, for, somehow or other, I don't know how it is, conscience is a very difficult sort of gentleman to deal with. A tailor's bill you may avoid by crossing the Channel, but the duns of conscience follow you to the Antipodes, and will be satisfied. I ran over the events of the day. I reflected that I had been on the brink of losing my Emily by an act of needless and unjustifiable deceit and double-dealing. Sooner or later I was convinced that this part of my character would be made manifest, and that shame and punishment would overwhelm me in utter ruin. The success which had hitherto attended me was no set-off against the risk I ran of losing for ever this lovely girl, and the respect and esteem of her father. For her sake, therefore, I made a vow for ever to abandon this infernal system. I mention this more particularly, as it was the first healthy symptom of amendment I had discovered, and one to which I long and tenaciously adhered, as far, at least, as my habits and pursuits in life would allow me. I forgot at that time that to be ingenuous it was necessary to be virtuous. There is no cause for concealment when we do not act wrong. A letter from Mr. Somerville to my father explained my conduct, and my father, in reply, said I certainly must have been mad. To this I assented, quoting Shakespeare, "The lunatic, the lover, and the poet," etc. So long as I was out of the scrape, I cared little about the impeachment of my rationality. The days at the Hall flew, just like the days of happy lovers, confoundedly fast. The more I saw of Emily, the firmer and faster did she rivet my chains. I was her slave, but what was best, I became a convert to virtue, because she was virtuous, and to possess her I knew I must become as like her as my corrupt mind and unruly habits would permit. I viewed my past life with shame and contrition. When I attended this amiable, lovely creature to church on a Sunday, and saw her in the posture of devotion before her Maker, I thought her an angel, and I thought it heaven to be near her. All my thoughts and sentiments seemed changed and refined by her example and her company. The sparks of religion, so long buried in the ashes of worldly corruption and infidelity, began to revive. I recalled my beloved mother and the Bible to my recollection, and could I have been permitted to have remained longer with my governess, I have no doubt that I should have regained both purity of mind and manner. I should have bidden adieu to vice and folly, because they could not have dwelt under the same roof with Emily, and I should have loved the Bible and religion, because they were beloved by her. But my untoward destiny led me a different way. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Section 20 of The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 16. And oft his smooth and bridled tongue would give the lie to his flushing cheek. He was a coward to the strong, he was a tyrant to the weak. Shelley. My father, as soon as he had obtained my promotion, asked for my being employed, and having had a promise from the Admiralty, that promise, unlike thousands of its predecessors and successors, was too rapidly fulfilled. I received a letter from my father, and a bouncing one from the Admiralty by the same post, announcing officially my appointment to the D brig of 18 guns at Portsmouth, whither I was directed to repair immediately, and take up my commission. In this transaction I soon after found there was an underplot, which I was too green to perceive at the time, but the wise heads of the two papas had agreed that a separation between the lovers was absolutely necessary, and that the longer it was delayed the worse it would be for both of us. In short, that until I had attained my rank, nothing should be thought of in the way of matrimony. As the reader is, no doubt, by this time pretty well versed in all the dialogue of parting lovers, I shall not intrude upon his or her patience with a repetition of that which has been much too often repeated, and is equally familiar to the prince and the ploughman. I should as soon think of describing the Devil's Punch Bowl on the road to Portsmouth, where I arrived 2 days after my appointment. I put up at billets at the George as a matter of course, because it was the resort of all the naval aristocracy, and directly opposite to the Admiral's office. The first person for whom I made my kind inquiries was my captain-elect, but he herded not with his brother epaulets. He did not live at the George, nor did he mess at the Crown. He was not at the Fountain, nor the Parade Coffee-house, and the Blue Posts ignored him. But he was to be heard of at the Star and Garter on the tip of Portsmouth Point. He did not even live there, but generally resided on board. This does not savour well. I never like your captains who live on board their ships in harbour. No ship can be comfortable, for no one can do as he pleases, which is the life and soul of a man of war when in port. To the Star and Garter I went, and asked for Captain G. I hoped I should not find him here, for this house had been time out of mind the rendezvous of warrant officers, mates, and midshipmen. Here, however, he was. I sent up my card, and was admitted to his presence. He was seated in a small parlour with a glass of brandy and water, or at least the remains of it, before him. His feet were on the fender, and several official documents which he had received that morning were lying on the table. He rose as I entered, and showed me a short, square-built frame, with a strong projection of the sphere, or what the Spaniards call barriga. This rotundity of corporation was, however, supported by as fine a pair of Atlas legs as ever were worn by a Bath chairman. His face was rather inclined to be handsome, the features regular, a pleasant smile upon his lips, and a deep dimple in his chin. But his most remarkable feature was his eye. It was small but piercing, and seemed to possess that long-sought desideratum of the perpetual motion, since it was utterly impossible to fix it for one moment on any object, and there was in it a lurking expression, which, though something of a physiognomist, I could not readily decipher. "Mr. Mildmay," said my skipper, "I am extremely happy to see you, and still more so that you have been appointed to my ship. Will you be seated?" As I obeyed, he turned round, and rubbing his hands as if he had just laid down his soap, he continued, "I always make it a rule, previous to an officer joining my ship, to learn something of his character from my brother captains. It is a precaution which I take, as I consider that one scabby sheep, etc., is strictly applicable to our service. I wish to have good officers and perfect gentlemen about me. There are, no doubt, many officers who can do their duty well, and with whom I should have no fault to find, but Then there is a way of doing it, a modus in rebus, which a gentleman only can attain to. Coarse manners, execrations, and abusive language render the men discontented, degrade the service, and are therefore very properly forbidden in the second article of war. Under such officers the men always work unwillingly. I have taken the liberty to make some inquiries about you, and can only say that all I have heard is to your advantage. I have no doubt we shall suit each other, and be assured it shall be my study to make you as comfortable as possible." To this very sensible and polite address I made a suitable reply. He then stated that he expected to sail in a few days, that the officer whom I was to supersede had not exactly suited his ideas, although he believed him to be a very worthy young man, and that, in consequence, he had applied and succeeded in obtaining for him another appointment, that it was necessary he should join his ship immediately, but, of course, he must first be superseded by me. "Therefore," said he, "you had better meet me on board the brig to-morrow morning at 9 o'clock, when your commission shall be read, and after that I beg you will consider yourself your own master for a few days, as I presume you have some little arrangements to prepare for your cruise. I am aware," pursued he, smiling most benignantly, "that there are many little comforts which officers wish to attend to, such as fitting their cabins and looking to their mess, and 1,000 other nameless things, which tend to pass the time and break up the monotony of a sea life. 40 years have I trod the king's planks, man and boy, and not with any great success, as you may perceive by the rank I now hold, and the life I am leading. For here I sit over a glass of humble grog, instead of joining my brother captains in their claret at the Crown. But I have 2 sisters to support, and I feel more satisfaction in doing my duty as a brother than indulging my appetite, although I own I have no dislike to a glass of claret when it does not come before me in a questionable shape. I mean, when I have not got to pay for it, which I cannot afford. Now, do not let me take up any more of your time. You have plenty of acquaintances that you wish to see, I have no doubt, and as for my yarns, they will do to pass away a watch, when we have nothing more attractive to divert us." So saying, he held out his hand, and shook mine most cordially. "To-morrow at 9 o'clock," he repeated, and I left him, much pleased with my interview. I went back to my inn, thinking what a very fortunate fellow I was to have such an honest, straightforward, bold, British hero of a captain on my first appointment. I ordered my dinner at the George, and then strolled out to make my purchases, and give my orders for a few articles for sea service. I fell in with several old messmates. They congratulated me on my promotion, and declared I should give them a dinner to wet my commission, to which I readily consented. The day was named, and Mr. Billet was ordered to provide accordingly. Having dined solus, I amused myself in writing a long letter to my dear Emily, and with the assistance of a bottle of wine succeeded in composing a tolerably warm and rapturous sort of a document, which I sealed, kissed, and sent to the post office, after which I built castles till bedtime. But not one castle did I build in which Emily was not the sole mistress. I went to bed and slept soundly, and the next morning by 7 o'clock I was arrayed in a spick-span new uniform, with an immensely large epaulet stuck on my right shoulder. Having breakfasted, I sallied out, and in my own conceit was as handsome a chap as ever buckled a sword belt. I skimmed with a light and vigorous foot down High Street. "Boat, your honour?" said a dozen voices at once as I reached New Sallyport. But I was resolved that Point Street should have a look at me as well as High Street. So I kept a profound and mysterious silence, and let the watermen follow me to Point, just like so many sucking fish after a shark. I had 2 or 3 offers for volunteers to serve with me as I went along, but they were not of the right sex, so I did not take them. "Boat to Spithead, your honour?" said a tough old waterman. "Ah, you'll do," said I. So I jumped into his wherry, and we shoved off. "What ship is your honour going to?" said the man. "To the D brig." "Oh, you are a-going to she, are you? To belong to her, mayhap?" "Yes," I replied. The waterman gave a sigh, feathered his oar, and never spoke another word till we came alongside. I did not regret his taciturnity, for I was always more amused with my own thoughts than in conversing with illiterate people. The brig was a most beautiful vessel. She mounted 18 guns, and sat on the water like a duck. I perceived that the pendant was up for punishment, and this I thought rather an unusual sight at Spithead. I took it for granted that some aggravated offence, such as theft or mutiny, had been committed. Seeing I was an officer, I was admitted alongside, so I paid the waterman and sent him away. As I went up the side, I saw a poor fellow spread-eagled up to the grating, according to the manners and customs of the natives, while the captain, officers, and ship's company stood round witnessing the athletic dexterity of a boatswain's mate, who, by the even, deep, and parallel marks of the cat on the white back and shoulders of the patient, seemed to be perfectly master of his business. All this did not surprise me. I was used to it. But after the address of my captain on the preceding day, I was very much surprised to hear language in direct violation of the second article of war. Cursings and execrations poured out of his mouth with a volubility equal to any the most accomplished lady on the back of the Point. "Boatswain's mate," roared the captain, "do your duty, or by God I will have you up, and give you 4 dozen yourself. One would think, damn your blood, that you were brushing flies off a sleeping Venus, instead of punishing a scoundrel with a hide as thick as a buffalo's. And be damned to him. Do your duty, sir, damn your soul." During this elegant address, the unhappy wretch had received 4 severe dozen, which the master-at-arms had counted aloud, and reported to the captain. "Another boatswain's mate," said he. The poor creature turned his head over his shoulders with an imploring look, but it was in vain. I watched the countenance of the captain, and a peculiar expression, which I could not decipher at my first interview, I now read most plainly. It was malignant cruelty, and delight in torturing his own species. He seemed to take a diabolical pleasure in the hateful operation which we were compelled to witness. The second boatswain's mate commenced with a fresh cat, and gave a lash across the back of the prisoner that made me start. "1," said the master-at-arms, beginning to count. "1!" roared the captain. "Do you call that 1? Not a quarter of 1. That fellow is only fit for fly-flapper at a pork shop. I'll disrate you, by God, you damned mollymop. Is that the way you handle a cat? That's only wiping the dirt off his back. Where's the boatswain?" "Here," said a stout, gigantic, left-handed fellow, stepping forward, with a huge blue uniform coat and a plain anchor button, holding his hat in his left hand, and stroking his hair down his forehead with his right. I surveyed this man as he turned himself about, and concluded that the tailor who worked for him had been threatened with a specimen of his art, if he stinted him in cloth, for the skirts of his coat were ample, terminating in an inclined plane, the corners in front being much lower than the middle of the robe behind. The buttons on the hips were nearly pistol-shot asunder. "Give this man a dozen, sir," said Captain G., "and if you favour him, I'll put you under arrest and stop your liquor." This last part of the threat had more effect with Mr. Pipe than the first. He began to peel, as the boxers call it. Off came his capacious coat. A red waistcoat, full size for a Smithfield ox, was next deposited. Then he untied a black silk handkerchief, and showed a throat covered like that of a goat, with long brown hairs, thick as pack-thread. He next rolled up his shirt-sleeves above his elbow, and showed an arm and a back very like the Farnese Hercules, which, no doubt, all my readers have seen at the foot of the staircase at Somerset House, when they have been to the exhibition. This hopeful commentator on articles of war seized his cat. The handle was 2 feet long, 1 inch and 3/4 thick, and covered with red baize. The tails of this terrific weapon were 3 feet long, 9 in number, and each of them about the size of that line which covers the springs of a travelling carriage. Mr. Pipes, whose scientific display in this part of his art had no doubt procured for him the warrant of a boatswain, in virtue of which he now stood as the vindicator of the laws of his country, handled his cat like an adept, looked at it from top to bottom, cleared all the tails by the insertion of his delicate fingers, and combing them out, stretched out his left leg, for he was left-legged as well as left-handed, and measuring his distance with the accurate eye of an engineer, raised his cat high in air with his left hand, his right still holding the tips of the tails, as if to restrain their impatience, when, giving his arm and body a full swing, embracing 3/4 of the circle, he inflicted a tremendous stroke on the back of the unfortunate culprit. This specimen seemed to satisfy the amateur captain, who nodded approbation to the inquiring look of the amateur boatswain. The poor man lost his respiration from the force of the blow, and the tails of the cat, coming from an opposite direction to the first 4 dozen, cut the flesh diamond-wise, bringing the blood at every blow. I will not wound the feelings of my readers with a description of the poor wretch's situation. Even at this distance of time I am shocked at it, and bitterly lament the painful necessity I have often been under of inflicting similar punishment. But I hope and trust I never did it without a cause, or in the wanton display of arbitrary power. The last dozen being finished, the sum total was reported by the master-at-arms. 5 dozen. 5 dozen! repeated Captain G. That will do. Cast him off. And now, sir, said he to the fainting wretch, I hope this will be a warning to you that the next time you wish to empty your beastly mouth you will not spit on my quarter-deck. Heavens, thought I, is all this for spitting on the quarter-deck? And this from the moralist of yesterday, who allowed neither oaths nor execrations, and has uttered more blasphemy in the last 10 minutes than I have heard for the last 10 weeks. I had not yet caught the captain's eye. He was too intent on his amusement. As soon as the prisoner was cast loose, he commanded to pipe down, or, in other words, to dismiss the people to their usual occupations, when I went up to him and touched my hat. "Oh, you are come, are you? Pipe belay there. Send everybody aft on the quarter-deck." My commission was then read, all hats off in respect to the sovereign, from whom the authority was derived. After this, I, being duly inaugurated, became the second lieutenant of the sloop, and the captain, without condescending to give me another word or look, ordered his gig to be manned, and was going on shore. I was not presented by him to any of the officers, which in common courtesy he ought to have done. This omission, however, was supplied by the first lieutenant, who invited me down into the gun-room to introduce me to my new messmates. We left the Tiger pacing up and down on his quarter-deck. The first lieutenant was of the medium stature, a suitable height for a sloop of war, a spare figure of about 40 years of age. He had but one eye, and that eye was as odd a one as the captain's. There was in it, however, unlike the captain's, an infinite deal of humour, and when he cocked it, as he constantly did, it almost spoke. I never saw 3 such eyes in 2 such heads. There was a lurking smile in the lieutenant's face when I told him that the captain had desired me to come on board and read my commission, after which I might have 2 or 3 days to myself to prepare for sea. "Well," said he, "you had better go and ask him now, but you will find him a rum one." Accordingly, up I went to him. "Have you any objection to my going on shore, sir?" "Shore, sir!" bellowed he; "and who the devil is to carry on the duty if you go on shore? Shore, eh? I wish there was no shore, and then damn the dog that couldn't swim. No, sir, you have had shore enough. The service is going to hell, sir. A parcel of brats with lieutenant's commissions before they should have been clear of the nursery. No, sir, stay on board, or damn me, I'll break you like an eggshell before you have taken the shine out of that fine new epaulet. No, no, by God, no more cats here than catch mice. You stay on board and do your duty. Every man does his duty here, and let me see the expletive deleted that don't do it." I was in some measure prepared for this sublime harangue, but still there was sufficient room in my mind to admit of great astonishment at this sudden change of wind. I replied that he had promised me leave yesterday, and that upon the strength of that promise I had left all my things on shore, and that I was not in any way prepared to go to sea. "I promised you leave, did I?" "Perhaps I did, but that was only to get you on board. I am up to your tricks, you damned young chaps. When you get on shore there is no getting you off again. No, no, no catchy, no habby. You would not have made your appearance these 3 days if I hadn't sugared the trap. Now I have got you, I'll keep you, damn my eyes." I repeated my request to go on shore, but without condescending to offer any farther reasons, he answered, "I'll see you damned first, sir. And observe, I never admit of expostulation. Nothing affords me more pleasure than to oblige my officers in everything reasonable, but I never permit reply." Thought I to myself, you certainly have escaped from hell, and I do not see how the infernal regions can do without you. You would have been one of the most ingenious tormentors of the damned. Domitian would have made you admiral, and your boatswain captain of the fleet. Having made this reflection, as I took a turn or two on deck, thinking what was best to be done, and knowing that the king could do no wrong, the officer whom I had just superseded came up the hatchway, and, touching his hat very respectfully to the captain, asked whether he might go on shore. "You may go to hell and be damned, sir," said the captain, who hated bad language. "You are not fit to carry guts to a bear. You are not worth your salt, and the sooner you are off, the cleaner the ship will be. Don't stand staring at me like a bull over a gate. Down, and pack up your traps, or I'll freshen your way," raising his foot at the same time as if he was going to kick him. The young officer, who was a mild, gentlemanly, and courageous youth, did as he was bidden. I was perfectly astonished. I had been accustomed to sail with gentlemen. I had heard of martinets and disciplinarians, and foul-mouthed captains, but this outdid all I ever could have conceived, and much more than I thought ever could have been submitted to by any correct officer. Roused to indignation, and determined not to be treated in this manner, I again walked up to him, and requested leave to go on shore. "You have had your answer, sir?" "Yes, I have, sir," said I, "and in language that I never before heard on his Majesty's quarter-deck. I joined this ship as an officer and a gentleman, and as such I will be treated." "Mutiny, by God!" roared the captain. "Cock a hoop with your new commission before the ink is dry." "As you please, sir," I replied, "but I shall write a letter to the port admiral, stating the circumstances, and requesting leave of absence, and that letter I shall trouble you to forward." "I'll be damned if I do," said he. "Then, sir," said I, "as you have refused to forward it, and in the presence of all the officers and ship's company, I shall forward it without troubling you." This last shot of mine seemed to produce the same effect upon him that the last round does upon a beaten boxer. He did not come to time, but, muttering something, dived down the companion and went into his cabin. The first lieutenant now came up, and congratulated me on my victory. "You have puzzled and muzzled the bear completely," said he. "I have long wanted a coadjutor like yourself. Wilson, who is going to leave us, is the best creature that ever lived; but, though brave as a lion before an enemy, he is cowed by this incarnate devil." Our conversation was interrupted by a message from the captain, who desired to speak with me in his cabin. I went down. He received me with the benignant smile of our first acquaintance. "Mr. Mildmay," said he, "I always assume a little tartness with my officers when they first join." And when they quit you too, thought I, not only to prove to them that I am and will be the captain of my own ship, but also as an example to the men, who, when they see what the officers are forced to put up with, feel themselves more contented with their lot, and obey more readily. But, as I told you before, the comfort of my officers is my constant study. You are welcome to go ashore, and have 24 hours leave to collect your necessaries. To this harangue I made no reply, but, touching my hat, quitted the cabin. I felt so much contempt for the man that I was afraid to speak, lest I should commit myself. The captain shortly after quitted the ship, telling the first lieutenant that I had permission to go on shore. I was now left at liberty to make acquaintance with my companions in misery, and nothing conduces to intimacy so much as community of suffering. My resistance to the brutality of our common taskmaster had pleased them. They told me what a tyrant and what a disgrace to the service he was, and how shameful it was that he should be entrusted with the command of so fine a vessel, or of any vessel at all, except it were a convict ship. The stories they told me of him were almost incredible, and nothing but the too well-founded idea that an officer, trying his captain by a court-martial, had a black mark against him for ever after, and was never known to rise, could have saved this man from the punishment he so richly deserved. No officer, they said, had been more than 3 weeks in the ship, and they were all making interest to leave her. In my report of what occurred in this vessel during the time I belonged to her, I must, in justice to the captains and commanders of His Majesty's Navy, observe that the case was unique of its kind. Such a character as Captain G was rarely met with in the Navy then, and for reasons which I shall give, will be still more rare in future. The first lieutenant told me that I had acted very judiciously in resisting, at first, his undue exertion of authority; that he was at once a tyrant, a bully, and a coward, and would be careful how he attacked me again. "But be on your guard," said he will never forgive you, and when he is most agreeable, there is the most mischief to be dreaded. He will lull you into security, and whenever he can catch you tripping, he will try you by a court-martial. You had better go on shore and settle all your business, and, if possible, be on board before your leave is out. It was only your threat of writing to the port admiral that procured you leave of absence. You have nothing to thank him for. He would have kept you on board if he dared. I have never quitted the ship since I joined her, and never has a day passed without a scene similar to what you have this morning witnessed. And yet," continued he, "if it were not for his cruelty to the men, he is the most amusing liar I ever heard. I am often more inclined to laugh than to be angry at him. He has a vein of wit and rich humour that runs through his composition, and never quits him. There is drollery even in his malice, and if we cannot get clear of him, we must make the best of him." I went on shore, collected all my clothes, and the other articles of which I stood in need, and was on board my ship again the next morning before 8 o'clock. Chapter 16. Section 21 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 17, Part 1. He will lie, sir, with such volubility that you would think truth were a fool. Drunkenness is his best virtue, for he will be swine drunk, and in his sleep he does little harm. Shakespeare. When Captain G made his appearance, he seemed to be in the most amiable humour possible. As soon as he saw me, he said, "Ah, this is what I like. Never break your leave even for 5 minutes. Now that I see I can trust you, you may go on shore again as soon as you please." This speech might have done very well to any person before the mast, but as applied to an officer I thought it rude and ungentlemanly. The caterer had prepared lunch in the gun-room. It consisted of beef steaks and broiled bullock's kidneys, with fried onions, and their savoury smell rose in grateful steams up the skylight and assailed the nostrils of the skipper. His facetious small talk knew no bounds. He leaned over the frame and, looking down, said, "I say, something devilish good going on there below." The hint was taken, and the first lieutenant invited him down. "I don't care if I do. I am rather peckish." So saying, he was down the hatchway in the twinkling of one of his own funny eyes, as he feared the choice bits would be gone before he could get into action. We all followed him, and as he seated himself he said, "I trust, gentlemen, this is not the last time I shall sit in the gun-room, and that you will all consider my cabin as your own. I love to make my officers comfortable. Nothing more delightful than a harmonious ship, where every man and boy is ready to go to hell for his officers. That's what I call good fellowship. Give and take, make proper allowances for one another's failings, and we shall be sorry when the time comes for us to part. I am afraid, however, that I shall not be long with you, for, though I dote upon the brig, the Duke of N and Lord George have given the First Lord a damned wigging for not promoting me sooner, and between ourselves I don't wish to go farther. My post commission goes out with me to Barbados." The first lieutenant cocked his eye, and quick as were the motions of that eye, the captain, with a twist of one of his own, caught a glimpse of it, before it could be returned to its bearing on the central object, the beefsteaks, kidneys, and onions. But it passed off without remark. "A very capital steak this. I'll trouble you for some fat and a little gravy. We'll have some jollification when we get to sea, but we must get into blue water first. Then we shall have less to do. Talking of broiling steaks, when I was in Egypt we used to broil our beefsteaks on the rocks. No occasion for fire. Thermometer at 200, hot as hell. I have seen 4,000 men at a time cooking for the whole army as much as 20 or 30,000 pounds of steaks at a time, all hissing and frying at a time, just about noon, of course, you know, not a spark of fire. Some of the soldiers who had been brought up as glass blowers at Leith swore they never saw such heat. I used to go to leeward of them for a whiff, and think of old England. Ah, that's the country, after all, where a man may think and say what he pleases. But that sort of work did not last long, as you may suppose. Their eyes were all fried out, damn me, in 3 or 4 weeks. I had been ill in my bed, for I was attached to the 72nd Regiment, 1,700 strong. I had a party of seamen with me, but the ophthalmia made such ravages that the whole regiment, colonel and all, went stone blind, all except one corporal. You may stare, gentlemen, but it's very true. Well, this corporal had a precious time of it. He was obliged to lead out the whole regiment to water. He led the way, and 2 or 3 took hold of the skirts of his jacket on each side. The skirts of these were seized again by as many more, and double the number to the last, and so all held on by one another, till they had all had a drink at the well, and, as the devil would have it, there was but one well among us all. So this corporal used to water the regiment just as a groom waters his horses, and all spreading out, you know, just like the tail of a peacock." "Of which the corporal was the rump," interrupted the doctor. The captain looked grave. "You found it warm in that country?" inquired the surgeon. "Warm!" exclaimed the captain. "I'll tell you what, doctor, when you go where you have sent many a patient, and where, for that very reason, you certainly will go, I only hope for your sake, and for that of your profession in general, that you will not find it quite so hot as we found it in Egypt. What do you think of 19 of my men being killed by the concentrated rays of light falling on the barrels of the sentinels' bright muskets, and setting fire to the powder? I commanded a mortar battery at Acre, and I did the French infernal mischief with the shells. I used to pitch in among them when they had sat down to dinner. But how do you think the scoundrels weathered on me at last? Damn me, they trained a parcel of poodle dogs to watch the shells when they fell, and then to run and pull the fuses out with their teeth. Did you ever hear of such damned villains? By this means they saved hundreds of men, and only lost half a dozen dogs. Fact, by God! Only ask Sir Sidney Smith. He'll tell you the same, and a damned sight more. The volubility of his tongue was only equalled by the rapidity of his invention and the powers of mastication, for, during the whole of this entertaining monodrame, his teeth were in constant motion like the travelling beam of a steamboat, and as he was our captain as well as our guest, he certainly took the lion's share of the repast. "But, I say, Soundings," said he, addressing himself familiarly to the master, who had not been long in the vessel, "let us see what sort of stuff you have stowed the forehold with. You know I am a water drinker. Give me only the pure limpid stream, and a child may lead me. I seldom touch liquor when the water is good." So saying, he poured out a tumbler, and held it to his nose. "Stinks like Hades. I say, master, are you sure the bungs are in your casks? The cats have been contributing to the fluid. We must qualify this." And having poured one half of the water, which by the by was very good, he supplied the vacancy with rum. Then, tasting it, he said, "Come, Miss Puss, this will rouse you out at any rate." A moment's pause, while he held the bumper before his eye, and then down it went, producing no other emotion than a deep sigh. "By the by, that's well thought of. We'll have no cats in the ship, except those which the depravity of human nature unhappily compels the boatswain to use. Mr. Skysail, you'll look to that. Throw them all overboard." Taking his hat, he rose from the table, and mounting the ladder, "On second thought," said he, addressing Skysail again, "I won't throw the cats overboard. The sailors have a foolish superstition about that animal. It's damned unlucky. No, put them alive in a bread bag, and send them on shore in the bumboat." Recollecting that my dinner party at the George was to take place this day, and remembering the captain's promise that I should go on shore whenever I pleased, I thought it only necessary to say I was going, merely passing the usual compliment to my superior. I therefore went to him with a modest assurance, and told him of my engagement and my intention. "Upon my honour, sir," cried he, putting his arms akimbo, and staring me full in the face, "you have a tolerable sea stock of modest assurance. No sooner come on board than you ask leave to go on shore again, and at the same time you have the impudence to tell me, knowing how much I abhor the vice, that you mean to wet your commission, and of course to get beastly drunk, and to make others as bad as yourself. No, sir, I'd have you to know that as captain of this ship, and as long as I have the honour to command her, I am Magister Morum." "That is precisely what I was coming to, sir," said I, "when you interrupted me. Knowing how difficult it is to keep young men in order without the presence of some one whom they respect and can look up to as an example, I was going to request the honour of your company as my guest. Nothing, in my opinion, could so effectually repress any tendency to improper indulgence." "There you speak like a child of my own bringing up," replied Captain G. "I did not give you credit for so much good sense. I am far from throwing a wet blanket over any innocent mirth. Man is man after all. Give him but the bare necessities of life, and he is no more than a dog. A little mirth on such an occasion is not only justifiable, but praiseworthy. The health of a good king like ours, God bless him, should always be drank in good wine, and as you say, the party is to be select, and the occasion the wetting of your commission. I shall have no objection to come and give away the bride; but remember, no hard drinking, no indecorum, and I'll do my best not only to keep the young bloods in order, but to add my humble powers to the hilarity of the evening." I thanked him for his kind condescension. He then gave a few directions to Skysail, the first lieutenant, and, ordering his gig to be manned, offered me a passage on shore. This was indeed a mark of favour never before conferred to any officer in the ship, and all hands spontaneously turned out to see the sight. The first lieutenant cocked his eye, which was more than saying, "This is too good to last long." However, into the boat we went, and pulled away for old Sallyport. The harbour tide rolling out, we passed close to the buoy of the Boyne. "Ah, well, I remember that old ship. I was midshipman of her when she blew up. I was signal midshipman. I was in the act of making the signal of distress, when up I went. Damnation, I thought I never should have come down any more." "Indeed, sir," said I thought there had been no one on board at the time." "No one on board!" repeated the captain, with scorn on his upper lip. "Who did you get that from?" "I heard it from a captain I served with in America." "Then you may tell your captain, with my compliments, that he knew nothing at all about it." "No one on board! Why, damn me, sir, the poop was crowded like a sheepfold, and all bellowing to me for help. I told them all to go to hell, and just at that moment away we all went, sure enough. I was picked up senseless, I was told, somewhere in Stokes Bay, and carried to Haslar Hospital, where I was given over for 3 months. Never spoke. At last I got well, and the first thing I did was to take a boat and go and dive down the forehold of my old ship, and swam aft to the bread room." "And what did you see, sir?" said I. "Oh, nothing, except lots of human skeletons and whitings in abundance swimming between their ribs. I brought up my old quadrant out of the starboard wing, where I was adjusting it when the alarm was given. I found it lying on the table just where I left it. I never shall forget what a damned rap we hit the old Queen Charlotte with our larboard broadside. Every gun went slap into her, double-shotted, damn my eyes. I suppose we diddled at least 100 men." "Why, sir," said I always understood she only lost 2 men on that occasion." "Who told you that?" said Captain G. "Your old captain?" "Yes, sir," said I, "he was a midshipman in her." "He be damned," said my skipper. "To my certain knowledge 3 launch loads of dead bodies were taken out of her and carried to the hospital for interment." As the boat touched the landing place, this accomplished liar had time to take breath, and, in fact, I was afraid he would have exhausted his stock of lies before dinner, and kept nothing for the dessert. When we landed, he went to his old quarters at the Star and Garter, and I to the George. I reminded him at parting that 6 o'clock was my hour. "Never fear me," said he. I collected my company previous to his arrival, and told my friends that it was my determination to make him drunk, and that they must assist me, which they promised to do. Having once placed him in that predicament, I was quite sure I should stop his future discourses in favour of temperance. My companions, perfectly aware of the sort of man they had to deal with, treated him on his entrance with the most flattering marks of respect. I introduced them all to him in the most formal manner, taking them to him one by one, just as we are presented at court, to compare great things with small. His good humour was at its highest spring tide. The honour of drinking wine with him was separately and respectfully asked, and most condescendingly granted to every person at the table. "Capital salmon this," said the captain. "Where does Billet get it from? By the by, talking of that, did you ever hear of the pickled salmon in Scotland?" We all replied in the affirmative. "Oh, you don't take... Damn it, I don't mean dead pickled salmon, I mean live pickled salmon, swimming about in tanks as merry as grigs and as hungry as rats." We all expressed our astonishment at this, and declared we never heard of it before. "I thought not," said he, "for it has only lately been introduced into this country by a particular friend of mine, Dr. Mac Blank. I cannot just now remember his damned jaw-breaking Scotch name. He was a great chemist and geologist, and all that sort of thing. A clever fellow, I can tell you, though you may laugh. Well, this fellow, sir, took nature by the heels and capsized her, as we say. I have a strong idea that he had sold himself to the devil. Well, what does he do, but he catches salmon and puts them into tanks, and every day added more and more salt, till the water was as thick as gruel, and the fish could hardly wag their tails in it. Then he threw in whole peppercorns, 6 pounds at a time, till there was enough. Then he began to dilute with vinegar until his pickle was complete. The fish did not half like it at first, but habit is everything, and when he showed me his tank, they were swimming about as merry as a shoal of dace. He fed them with fennel, chopped small, and black peppercorns. "Come, doctor," says I trust no man upon tick. If I don't taste, I won't believe my own eyes, though I can believe my tongue." We looked at each other. "That you shall do in a minute," says he. So he whipped one of them out with a landing net, and when I stuck my knife into him, the pickle ran out of his body like wine out of a claret bottle, and I ate at least 2 pounds of the rascal, while he flapped his tail in my face. I never tasted such salmon as that. Worth your while to go to Scotland, if it's only for the sake of eating live pickled salmon. I'll give you a letter, any of you, to my friend. He'll be damned glad to see you, and then you may convince yourselves. Take my word for it, if once you eat salmon that way, you will never eat it any other." We all said we thought that very likely. The champagne corks flew as fast and as loud as his shells at Acre, but we were particularly reserved, depending entirely on his tongue for our amusement, and finding the breeze of conversation beginning to freshen, I artfully turned the subject to Egypt by asking one of my friends to demolish a pyramid of jelly which stood before him, and to send some of it to the captain. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Recording by Asterix. Section 22 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 17, Part 2. This was enough. He began with Egypt, and went on increasing in the number and magnitude of his lies, in proportion as we applauded them. A shorthand writer ought to have been there, for no human memory could do justice to this modern Munchausen. "Talking of the water of the Nile," said he, "I remember when I was first lieutenant of the Bellerophon, I went into Minorca with only 6 tons of water, and in 4 hours we had 350 tons on board, all stowed away. I made all hands work. The admiral himself was up to the neck in water with the rest of them. 'Damn it, admiral,' says I, 'no skulking.' Well, we sailed the next day, and such a gale of wind I never saw in all my life. Away went all our masts, and we had nearly been swamped with the weather roll. One of the boats was blown off the booms and went clean out of sight before it touched the water. You may laugh at that, but that was nothing to the Swallow sloop of war. She was in company with us. She wanted to scud for it, but, by Jupiter, she was blown 2 miles up the country, guns, men, and all, and the next morning they found her flying jib-boom had gone through the church window, and slap into the cheek of the picture of the Virgin Mary. The natives all swore it was done on purpose, by damned heretics. The captain was forced to arm his men and march them all down to the beach, giving the ship up to the people, who were so exasperated that they set her on fire, and never thought of the powder which was on board. All the priests were in their robes, singing some stuff or other to purify the church, but that was so much time thrown away, for in one moment away went church, priests, pictures, and people, all to the devil together." Here he indulged himself in some vile language and scurrilous abuse of religion and its ministers. All priests were hypocritical scoundrels. If he was to be of any religion at all, he said, he should prefer being a Roman Catholic. "Because then, you know," added he, "a man may sin as much as he likes, and rub off as he goes for a few shillings. I got my commission by religion, damn me. I found my old admiral was a psalm singer, so says I, 'My old boy, I'll give you enough of that.' So I made the boatswain stuff me a hassock, and this I carried with me everywhere, that I might save my trousers, and not hurt my knees. So then I turned to and prayed all day long, and kept the people awake, singing psalms all night. I knelt down and prayed on the quarter deck, main deck, and lower deck. I preached to the men in the tiers when they coiled the cables, and groaned loud and deep when I heard an oath. The thing took. The admiral said I was the right sort, and he made a commander out of the greatest atheists in the ship. No sooner did I get hold of the sheepskin than to the devil I pitched hassock and Bible. How long he might have gone on with this farrago it is difficult to say, but we were getting tired of him, so we passed the bottle till he left off narrative and took to friendship. Now I say, hiccup, you, Frank, you are a devilish good fellow, but that one-eyed son of a gun, I'll try him by a court-martial the first time I catch him drunk. I'll hang him at the yard-arm, and you shall be my first lieutenant and custos rotorum, damme. Only you come and tell me the first time he is disguised in liquor, and I'll settle him, damn his cock-eye, a saucy Polyphemus-looking son of a hiccup, a Whitechapel bird-catcher. Here his recollection failed him. He began to talk to himself and to confound me with the first lieutenant. I'll teach him to write to port admirals for leave, son of a sea-cook. He was now drawing to the finale, and began to sing. The cook of the Huffy got drunk, fell down the fore-scuttle, and broke his gin bottle. Here his head fell back. He tumbled off his chair, and lay motionless on the carpet. Having previously determined not to let him be exposed in the streets in that state, I had provided a bed for him at the inn, and, ringing the bell, I ordered the waiter to carry him to it. Having seen him safely deposited, untied his neckcloth, took off his boots, and raised his head a little, we left him, and returned to the table, where we finished our evening in great comfort, but without any other instance of intoxication. The next morning I waited on him. He seemed much annoyed at seeing me, supposing I meant by my presence to rebuke him for his intemperance, but this was not my intention. I asked him how he felt, and I regretted that the hilarity of the evening had been interrupted in so unfortunate a manner. "How do you mean, sir? Do you mean to insinuate that I was not sober?" "By no means, sir," said I. "But you are aware that in the midst of your delightful and entertaining conversation you tumbled off your chair in an epileptic fit. Are you subject to these?" "Oh yes, my dear fellow, indeed I am; but it is so long since I last had one that I was in hopes they had left me. I have invalided for them 4 times, and just at the very periods when, if I could have remained out, my promotion was certain." He then told me I might remain on shore that day if I pleased. I gave him credit for his happy instinct in taking the hint of the fit, and as soon as I left him, he arose, went on board, and flogged 2 men for being drunk the night before. I did not fail to report all that had passed to my messmates, and we sailed a few days afterwards for Barbados. On the first Sunday of our being at sea, the captain dined in the gun-room with the officers. He soon launched out into his usual strain of lying and boasting, which always irritated our doctor, who was a sensible young Welshman. On these occasions he never failed to raise a laugh at the captain's expense, by throwing in 1 or 2 words at the end of each anecdote, and this he did in so grave and modest a manner that, without a previous knowledge of him, any one might have supposed he was serious. The captain renewed his story of the corps of poodles to extract the fuses from the shells. "I hoped," he said, "to see the institution of such a corps among ourselves, and if I were to be the colonel of it, I should soon have a star on my breast." "That would be the dog's star," said the doctor, with extreme gaiety. "Thank you, doctor," said the captain, "not bad. I owe you one." We laughed. The doctor kept his countenance, and the captain looked very grave; but he continued his lies, and dragged in as usual the name of Sir Sidney Smith to support his assertions. "If you doubt me, only ask Sir Sidney Smith. He'll talk to you about Acre for 36 hours on a stretch without taking breath. His coxswain at last got so tired of it that he nicknamed him Long Acre." The poor doctor did not come off scot-free. The next day he discovered that the deck leaked above his cabin, and the water ran into his bed. He began with a hammer and some nails to fasten up a piece of painted canvas by way of shelter. The captain heard the noise of the hammer, and finding it was the doctor, desired him to desist. The doctor replied that he was only endeavouring to stop some leaks over his bed. The captain said they should not be stopped, for that a bed of leeks was a very good bed for a Welshman. "There, doctor, now we are quits. That's for your dog-star. I suppose you think nobody can make a pun or a pill in the ship but yourself." "If my pills were no better than your puns," muttered the doctor, "we should all be in a bad way." The captain then directed the carpenter not to allow any nails to the doctor, or the use of any of his tools. He even told the poor surgeon that he did not know how to make a pill, and that he was as useless as the Navy Board. He accused him of ignorance in other parts of his profession, and, ordering all the sick men on deck, rope-ended them to increase their circulation and put a little life into them. Many a poor sick creature have I seen receive a most unmerciful beating. My wonder was that the men did not throw him overboard, and I do really believe that if it had not been for respect and love to the officers, they would have done so. No sooner had we got into blue water, as he called it, that is, out of soundings, than he began his pranks, which never ceased till we reached Carlisle Bay. Officers and men were all treated alike, and there was no redress, for no one among us dared to bring him to a court-martial. His constant maxim was, "Keep sailors at work, and you keep the devil out of their minds. All hands all day watch, and watch all night." "No man," said Jacky, the name we gave him, "eats the bread of idleness on board of my ship. Work keeps the scurvy out of their bones, the lazy rascals." The officers and men, for the first 3 weeks, never had a watch below during the day. They were harassed and worn to death, and the most mutinous and discontented spirit prevailed throughout the ship. One of the best seamen said, in the captain's hearing, that, since the ship had been at sea, he had only had 3 watches below. "And if I had known it," said the captain, "you should not have had that," and turning the hands up, he gave him 4 dozen. Whenever he flogged the men, which he was constantly doing, he never failed to upbraid them with ingratitude and the indulgences which they received from him. "By God, there is no man of war in the service that has so much indulgence. All you have to do is to keep the ship clean, square the yards, hoist in your provisions, eat them, hoist your grog in, drink it, and strike the empty casks over the side. But heaven itself would not please such a set of damned, fat, lazy, discontented rascals." His language to the officers was beyond anything I ever could have supposed would have proceeded from the mouth of a human being. The master one day incurred his displeasure, and he very flippantly told the poor man to go to Hades. "I hope, sir," said the master, "I have as good a chance of going to heaven as yourself." "You go to heaven!" said the captain. "You go to heaven! Let me catch you there, and I will come and kick you out." This was, indeed, showing how far he would have carried his tyranny if he could. But our feelings are relieved from any violent shock at this apparent blasphemy when we recollect that the poor man was an atheist, and that his idea of heaven was that of a little parlour at the Star and Garter, with a good fire, plenty of grog, and pipes of tobacco. He kept no table, nor did he ever drink any wine, except when he dined with us, but got drunk every night, more or less, on the ship's spirits, in his own cabin. He was always most violent in the evening. Our only revenge was laughing at his monstrous lies on Sunday, when he dined with us. One night his servant came and told the midshipman of the watch that the captain was lying dead drunk on the deck in his cabin. This was communicated to me, and I determined to make the best use of it. I ran down to the cabin, taking with me the midshipman of the watch, the quartermaster, and 2 other steady men, and having laid the water drinker in his bed, I noted down the date with all the particulars, together with the names of the witnesses to be used as soon as we fell in with the admiral. The next day I think he had some suspicion of what I had done, and it had nearly been fatal to me. It was blowing a fresh trade wind, and the vessel rolling very deep, when he ordered the booms to be cast loose and restowed. This was nothing short of murder and madness, but, in spite of every remonstrance, he persisted, and the consequences were terrible. The lashings were no sooner cast off than a spare topmast fell and killed one of the men. This was enough to have completed our mischief for the day, but the devil had not done with us yet. The booms were secured, and the men were ordered to rattle the rigging down, which, as the vessel continued to roll heavily, was still more dangerous, and, if possible, more useless than the former operation. He was warned of it, but in vain, and the men had not been aloft more than 10 minutes when one of them fell overboard. Why I should again have put my life in jeopardy, particularly after the warnings of the last voyage, I know not. I was perhaps vain of what I could do in the water. I knew my powers, and with the hope of saving this unfortunate victim to the folly and cruelty of the captain, I plunged after him into the sea, feeling at the same time that I was almost committing an act of suicide. I caught hold of him, and for a time supported him, and had the commonest diligence and seamanship been shown, I should have saved him; but the captain, it appeared, when he found I was overboard, was resolved to get rid of me, in order to save himself. He made use of every difficulty to prevent the boat coming to me. The poor man was exhausted. I kept myself disengaged from him when swimming round him, supported him occasionally whenever he was sinking, but finding at last that he was irrecoverably gone, for though I had a firm hold of him, he was going lower and lower, and, looking up, perceiving I was so deep that the water was dark over my head, I clapped my knees on his shoulders, and, giving myself a little impetus from the resistance, rose to the surface. So much was I exhausted that I could not have floated half a minute more when the boat came and picked me up. The delay in heaving the ship to I attributed to the scene I had witnessed the night before, and in this I was confirmed by the testimony of the officers. Having lost 2 men by his unseamanlike conduct, he would have added deliberate murder of a 3rd to save himself from the punishment which he knew awaited him. He continued the same tyrannical conduct, and I had resolved at the moment we fell in with the admiral to write for a court-martial on this man, let the consequences be what they might. I thought I should serve my country and the navy by ridding it of such a monster. Several of the officers were under arrest, and notwithstanding the heat of their cabins in that warm climate, were kept constantly confined to them with a sentinel at the door. In consequence of this cruel treatment, one of the officers became deranged. We made Barbados, and running round Needham's Point into Carlisle Bay, we saw to our mortification that neither the admiral nor any ship of war was there. Consequently, our captain was commanding officer in the port. Upon this he became remarkably amiable, supposing if the evil day was put off, it would be dispensed with altogether. He treated me with particular attention, hoped we should have some fun ashore. As the admiral was not come in, we should wait for him. Tired of kicking about at sea, he should take all his duds with him, and bring himself to an anchor on shore, and not come afloat again till we saluted his flag. Neither the first lieutenant nor myself believed one word of this. Indeed, we always acted upon the exact reverse of what he said, and it was well we did so in this instance. After we had anchored, he went ashore, and in about an hour returned, and stated that the admiral was not expected till next month, that he should therefore go and take up his quarters at Jemmy Caverns, and not trouble the ship any more until the admiral arrived. He then left us, taking his trunk and all his dirty linen. Dirty enough it was. Some of the officers unfortunately believed that we were to remain, and followed the captain's example by sending their linen on shore to be washed. Skysail was firm, and so was I. The lieutenant cocked his eye, and said, "Messmate, depend on it there is something in the wind. I have sent 1 shirt on shore to be washed, and when that comes off I will send another. If I lose that, it is no great matter. That night, at 10 o'clock, Captain Jacky came on board, bringing his trunk and dirty linen, turned the hands up anchor, and ran out of Carlisle Bay, and went to sea, leaving most of the officers' linen on shore. This was one of his tricks. He had received his orders when he landed in the morning. They were waiting for him, and his coming on board for his things was only a run to throw us off our guard, and I suppose compel us, by the loss of our clothes, to be as dirty in appearance as he was himself. But he always liked to make his officers comfortable. We arrived at Nassau, in New Providence, without any remarkable incident, although the service continued to be carried on in the same disagreeable manner as ever. I continued, however, to get leave to go on shore, and finding no prospect of bringing the captain to justice, determined to quit the ship if possible. This was effected by accident, otherwise I should have been much puzzled to have got clear of her. I fell between the boat and the wharf as I landed, and by the sudden jerk ruptured a small blood vessel in my chest. It was of no great importance in itself, but in that climate required care, and I made the most of it. They would have carried me on board again, but I begged to be taken to the hotel. The surgeon of the regiment doing duty there attended me, and I requested him to make my case as bad as possible. The captain came to see me. I appeared very ill. His compassion was like that of the Inquisitor of the Holy Office, who cures his victim in order to enable him to go through further torments. His time of sailing arrived, and I was reported to be too ill to be removed. Determined to have me, he prolonged his stay. I got better. The surgeon's report was more favourable, but I was still unwilling to go on board. The captain sent me an affectionate message to say that if I did not come, he would send a file of marines to bring me. He even came himself and threatened me, when, finding there were no witnesses in the room, I plainly told him that if he persisted in having me on board, it would be to his own destruction, for that I was fully determined to bring him to a court-martial for drunkenness and unofficerlike conduct the moment we joined the admiral. I told him of the state in which I had found him. I recapitulated his blasphemies and his lubberly conduct in losing the 2 men. He stared, and endeavoured to explain. I was peremptory, and he whined and gave in, seeing he was in my power. "Well then, my dear fellow," said Jacky, "since you are so very ill, sorry as I shall be to lose you, I must consent to your staying behind. I shall find it difficult to replace you, but as the comfort and happiness of my officers is my first object on all occasions, I will prefer annoying myself to annoying you." So saying, he held out his hand to me, which I shook with a hearty good will, sincerely hoping that we might never meet again, either in this world or the next. He was afterwards brought to a court-martial for repeated acts of drunkenness and cruelty, and was finally dismissed the service. In giving this detail of Captain G.'s peculiarities, let it not be imagined that even at that period such characters were common in the service. I have already said that he was an unique impressment, and the want of officers at the early part of the war gave him an opportunity of becoming a lieutenant. He took the weak side of the admiral to obtain his next step, and obtained the command of a sloop, from repeated solicitation at the Admiralty, and by urging his claims of long servitude. The service had received serious injury by admitting men on the quarter-deck from before the mast. It occasioned there being 2 classes of officers in the navy, namely, those who had rank and connections, and those who had entered by the hawse holes, as they were described. The first were favoured when young, and did not acquire a competent knowledge of their duty. The second, with few exceptions, as they advanced in their grades, proved, from want of education, more and more unfit for their stations. These defects have now been remedied, and as all young men who enter the service must have a regular education, and consequently be the sons of gentlemen, a level has been produced which, to a certain degree, precludes favoritism, and perfectly bars the entrance of such men as Captain G. After the Battle of Trafalgar, when England and Europe were indebted for their safety to the British fleet, the navy became popular, and the aristocracy crowded into it. This forwarded still more the melioration of the service, and under the succeeding naval administration, silent, certain, and gradual improvements, both in men, officers, and ships, took place. Subsequently, the navy has been still more fortunate in having an officer called to its councils, whose active and constant employment at sea, previous to the Peace of Paris, had given him a thorough insight into its wants and abuses. Unconnected with party, and unawed by power, he has dared to do his duty, and it is highly to the credit of the First Lord, who has so long presided at the board, that the suggestions of this officer have met with due consideration. I can therefore assure my reader that as long as his advice is attended to, he need be afraid of meeting with no more Captain G's. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Section 23 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 18. There she goes, brimful of anger and jealousy. Mercy on the poor man. Jealous wife. The dreadful fish that hath deserved the name of death. Spenser. As the brig moved out of the harbour of Nassau, I moved out of bed, and as she set her royals and made sail, I put on my hat and walked out. The officers of the regiment quartered there kindly invited me to join their mess, and the colonel enhanced the value of the offer by assigning for me good apartments in the barracks. I was instantly removed to cleanly and comfortable lodgings. I soon regained my strength, and was able to sit at the table where I found 35 young officers living for the day, careless of the morrow, and beyond that never bestowing a thought. It is a singular fact that where life is most precarious, men are most indifferent about its preservation, and where death is constantly before our eyes, as in this country, eternity is seldom in our thoughts. But so it is, and the rule extends still further in despotic countries. Where the union between the head and shoulders may be dissolved in a moment by the sword of a tyrant, life is not so valued, and death loses its terrors. Hence the apathy and indifference with which men view their executioners in that state of society. It seems as if existence, like estates, was valuable in proportion to the validity of the title deeds by which they are held. To digress no more. Although I was far from being even commonly virtuous, which is about tantamount to absolute wickedness, I was no longer the thoughtless mortal I had ever been since I left school. The society of Emily, and her image graven on my heart, the close confinement to the brig, and the narrow escape from death in the second attempt to save the poor sailor's life, had altogether contributed their share to a kind of temporary reformation, if not to a disgust to the coarser descriptions of vice. The lecture I had received from Emily on deceit and the detestable conduct of my last captain had, as I thought, almost completed my reformation. Hitherto I felt I had acted wrong, without having the power to act right. I forgot that I had never made the experiment. The declaration of Captain G.'s atheism was so far from converting me that from that moment I thought more seriously than ever of religion. So great was my contempt for his character, that I knew whatever he said must be wrong, and, like the Spartan drunken slave, he gave me the greatest horror of vice. Such was my reasoning, and such my sentiments, previous to any relapse into sin or folly. I knew its heinousness, I transgressed and repented. Habit was all powerful in me, and the only firm support I could have looked to for assistance was, unfortunately, very superficially attended to. Religion, for any good purposes, was scarcely in my thoughts. My system was a sort of Socratic heathen philosophy, a moral code calculated to take a man tolerably safe through a quiet world, but not to extricate him from a labyrinth of long-practised iniquity. The thoughtless and vicious conduct of my companions became to me a source of serious reflection. Far from following their example, I felt myself some degrees better than they were, and, in the pride of my heart, thanked God that I was not like these publicans. My pharisaical arrogance concealed from me the mortifying fact that I was much worse, and with very slight hopes of amendment. Humility had not yet entered my mind, but it was the only basis on which any religious improvement could be created, the only chance of being saved. I rather became refined in vice, without quitting it. Gross and sensual gratification, so easily obtained in the West Indies, was disgusting to me. Yet I scrupled not to attempt the seduction of innocence, rather more gratified in the pursuit than in the enjoyment, which soon palled and drove me after other objects. I had, however, little occasion to exert my tact in this art in the Bahama Islands, where, as in all the other islands of the West Indies, there is a class of women, born of white fathers and musty or mulatto women, nearly approaching in complexion to the European. Many of them are brunettes, with long black hair, very pretty, good eyes, and often elegant figures. These ladies are too proud of the European blood in their veins to form an alliance with any male who has a suspicion of black in his genealogical table. Consequently, they seldom are married, unless from interested motives, when, having acquired large property by will, they are sought in wedlock by the white settlers. So circumstanced, these girls prefer an intercourse with the object of their choice to a legal marriage with a person of inferior birth, and, having once made their selection, an act of infidelity is of rare occurrence among them. Their affection and constancy will stand the test of time, and of long separation. Generous to prodigality, but jealous, and irritable in their jealousy, even to the use of the dagger and poison. One of these young ladies found sufficient allurement in my personal charms to surrender at discretion, and we lived in that sort of familiar intercourse which, in the West Indies, is looked upon as a matter of necessity between the parties, and of indifference to every one else. I lived on in this Epicurean style for some months, until, most unfortunately, my chère amie found a rival in the daughter of an officer, high in rank on the island. Smitten with my person, this fair one had not the prudence to conceal her partiality. My vanity was too much flattered not to take advantage of her sentiments in my favour, and, as usual, flirtation and philandering occupied most of my mornings, and sometimes my evenings, in the company of this fair American. Scandal is a goddess who reigns paramount, not only in Great Britain, but also in all his Majesty's plantations, and her votaries very soon selected me as the target of their archery. My pretty Carlotta became jealous. She taxed me with inconstancy. I denied the charge, and, as a proof of my innocence, she obtained from me a promise that I should go no more to the house of her rival; but this promise I took very good care to evade and to break. For a whole fortnight my domestic peace was interrupted either by tears or by the most voluble and outrageous solos, for I never replied after the first day. A little female slave one morning made me a signal to follow her to a retired part of the garden. I had shown this poor little creature some acts of kindness for which she amply repaid me. Sometimes I had obtained for her a holiday, sometimes saved her a whipping, and at others had given her a trifle of money. She therefore became exceedingly attached to me, and as she saw her mistress's anger daily increase, she knew what it would probably end in, and watched my safety like a little garden sylph. "No drinkee coffee, massa," said she. "Missy putty Obeah stuff in." As soon as she had said this she disappeared, and I went into the house, where I found Carlotta preparing the breakfast. She had an old woman with her, who seemed to be doing something which she was not very willing I should see. I sat down carelessly, humming a tune with my face to a mirror, and my back to Carlotta, so that I was able to watch her motions without her perceiving it. She was standing near the fireplace, the coffee was by her on the table, and the old woman crouched in the chimney corner, with her bleared eyes fixed on the embers. Carlotta seemed in doubt. She pressed her hands forcibly on her forehead, took up the coffee pot to pour me out a cup, then sat it down again. The old woman muttered something in their language. Carlotta stamped her little foot, and poured out the coffee. She brought it to me, trembled as she placed it before me, seemed unwilling to let go her hold, and her hand still grasped the cup, as if she would take it away again. The old woman growled and muttered something, in which I could only hear the name of her rival mentioned. This was enough. The eyes of Carlotta lighted up like a flame. She quitted her hold of the salver, retreated to the fireplace, sat herself down, covered her face, and left me, as she supposed, to make my last earthly repast. "Carlotta," said I, with a sudden and vehement exclamation. She started up, and the blood rushed to her face and neck, in a profusion of blushes, which are perfectly visible through the skins of these mulattoes. "Carlotta," I repeated, "I had a dream last night, and who do you think came to me? It was Obeah." She started at the name. "He told me not to drink coffee this morning, but to make the old woman drink it." At these words the beldam sprang up. "Come here, you old hag," said I. She approached trembling, for she saw that escape from me was impossible, and that her guilt was detected. I seized a sharp knife, and taking her by her few remaining grey and woolly hairs, said, "Obeah's work must be done. I do not order it, but he commands it. Drink that coffee instantly." So powerful was the name of Obeah on the ear of the hag, that she dreaded it more than my brandished knife. She never thought of imploring mercy, for she supposed it was useless after the discovery, and that her hour was come. She therefore lifted the cup to her withered lip, and was just going to fulfil her destiny and to drink, when I dashed it out of her hand, and broke it in 1,000 pieces on the floor, darting at the same time a fierce look at Carlotta, who threw herself at my feet, which she fervently kissed in an agony of conflicting passions. "Kill me, kill me!" ejaculated she. "It was I that did it. Obeah is great. He has saved you. Kill me, and I shall die happy. Now you are safe. Do kill me." I listened to these frantic exclamations with perfect calmness. When she was a little more composed, I desired her to rise. She obeyed, and looked the image of despair, for she thought I should immediately quit her for the arms of her more fortunate rival, and she considered my innocence as fully established by the appearance of the deity. "Carlotta," said I, "what would you have done if you had succeeded in killing me?" "I will show you," said she, when, going to a closet, She took out another basin of coffee, and before I could dash it from her lips, as I had the former one from the black woman, the infatuated girl had swallowed a small portion of it. "What else can I do?" said she. "My happiness is gone for ever." "No, Carlotta," said I do not wish for your death, though you have plotted mine. I have been faithful to you, and loved you until you made this attempt." "Will you forgive me before I die?" said she, "for die I must, now that I know you will quit me." Uttering these words, she threw herself on the floor with violence, and her head coming in contact with the broken fragments of the basin, she cut herself, and bled so copiously that she fainted. The old woman had fled, and I was left alone with her, for poor little Sophie was frightened, and had hidden herself. I lifted Carlotta from the floor, and, placing her in a chair, I washed her face with cold water, and having staunched the blood, I laid her on her bed, when she began to breathe, and to sob convulsively. I sat myself by her side, and as I contemplated her pale face, and witnessed her grief, I fell into a train of melancholy retrospection on my numerous acts of vice and folly. "How many warnings," said I, "how many lessons am I to receive before I shall reform? How narrowly have I escaped being sent to my account, unannealed and unprepared? What must have been my situation if I had at this moment been called into the presence of my offended Creator? This poor girl is pure and innocent, compared with me, taking into consideration the advantages of education on my side and the want of it on hers. What has produced all this misery and the dreadful consequences which might have ensued, but my folly in trifling with the feelings of an innocent girl, and winning her affections merely to gratify my own vanity, at the same time that I have formed a connection with this unhappy creature, the breaking of which will never cause me 1 hour's regret, while it will leave her in misery, and will, in all probability, embitter all her future existence. What shall I do? Forgive, as I hope to be forgiven. The fault was more mine than hers. I then knelt down and most fervently repeated the Lord's Prayer, adding some words of thanksgiving for my undeserved escape from death. I rose up and kissed her cold damp forehead. She was sensible of my kindness, and her poor head found relief in a flood of tears. Her eyes again gazed on me, sparkling with gratitude and love, after all she had gone through. I endeavoured to compose her. The loss of blood had produced the best effects, and having succeeded in calming her conflicting passions, she fell into a sound sleep. The reader who knows the West Indies, or knows human nature, will not be surprised that I should have continued this connection as long as I remained on the island. From the artless manner in which Carlotta had conducted her plot, from her gestures and her agitation, I was quite sure that she was a novice in this sort of crime, and that should she ever relapse into her paroxysm of jealousy, I should be able to detect any further attempt on my life. Of this, however, I had no fears, having by degrees discontinued my visits to the young lady who had been the cause of our fracas, and I never afterwards, while on the island, gave Carlotta the slightest reason to suspect my constancy. I was much censured for my conduct to the young lady, as the attentions I had shown her, and her marked preference for me, had driven away suitors who really were in earnest, and they never returned to her again. In these islands the naturalist would find a vast store to reward investigation. They abound with a variety of plants, birds, fish, shells, and minerals. It was here that Columbus made his first landing, but in which of the islands I am not exactly certain, though I am very sure he did not find them quite so agreeable as I did, for he very soon quitted them, and steered away for Santo Domingo. It is not perhaps generally known that New Providence was the island selected for his residence by Blackbeard, the famous pirate. The citadel that stands on the hill above the town of Nassau is built on the site of the fortress which contained the treasure of that famous freebooter. A curious circumstance occurred during my stay on this island, and which, beyond all doubt, was connected with the adventures of those extraordinary people known by the appellation of buccaneers. Some workmen were digging near the foot of the hill under the fort, when they discovered some quicksilver, and on inspection a very considerable quantity was found. It had evidently been a part of the plunder of the pirates, buried in casks or skins, and these having decayed, the liquid ore naturally escaped down the hill. Though not indifferent to the pleasures of the table, I was far from resigning myself to the Circean life led by the generality of young military men in the Bahamas. The education which I had received, and which placed me far above the common run of society in the colonies, induced me to seek for a companion whose mind had received equal cultivation, and such a one I found in Charles , a young lieutenant in the regiment, quartered at Nassau. Our intimacy became the closer, in proportion as we discovered the sottish habits and ignorance of those around us. We usually spent our mornings in reading the classic authors with which we were both familiar. We spouted our Latin verses, we fenced, and we amused ourselves, occasionally, with a game of billiards, but never ventured our friendship on a stake for money. When the heat of the day had passed off, we strolled out, paid a few visits, or rambled over the island, keeping as much aloof from the barracks as possible, where the manner of living was so very uncongenial to our notions. The officers began their day about noon, when they sat down to breakfast. After that they separated into their different quarters, to read the novels with which the presses of England and France inundated these islands, to the great deterioration of morals. These books, which they read lounging on their backs, or laid beside them and fell asleep over, occupied the hottest part of the day. The remainder, till the hour of dinner arrived, was consumed in visiting and gossiping, or in riding to procure an appetite for dinner. Till 4 in the morning their time was wholly devoted to smoking and drinking. Their beds received them in a state of intoxication, more or less. Parade at 9 o'clock forced them out with a burning brain and parched tongue. They rushed into the sea, and found some refreshment in the cool water, which enabled them to stand upright in front of their men. The formal duty over, they retired again to their beds, where they lay till noon, and then to breakfast. Such were their days. Can it be wondered at that our islands are fatal to the constitution of Europeans, when this is their manner of life in a climate always disposed to take advantage of any excess? The men too readily followed the example of their officers, and died off in the same rapid manner. One of the most regular employments of the morning was to dig graves for the victims of the night. 4 or 5 of these receptacles was thought a moderate number. Such was the fatal apathy in which these officers existed, that the approach, nay, even the certainty of death gave them no apparent concern, caused no preparation, excited no serious reflection. They followed the corpse of a brother officer to the grave in military procession. These ceremonies were always conducted in the evening, and often have I seen these thoughtless young men throwing stones at the lanterns which were carried before them to light them to the burying ground. I was always an early riser, and I believe I owe much of my good health to this custom. I used to delight in a lovely tropical morning, when with a cigar in my mouth I walked into the market. What would Sir William Curtis or Sir Charles Flower have said, could they have seen, as I did, the numbers of luxurious turtle lying on their backs, and displaying their rich callipee to the Epicurean purchaser? Well indeed might the shade of Apicius lament that America and turtle were not discovered in his days. There were the guanas, too, in abundance, with their mouths sewed up to prevent their biting. These are excellent food, although bearing so near a resemblance to the alligator and its diminutive European representative, the harmless lizard. Muscovy ducks, parrots, monkeys, pigeons, and fish. Pineapples abounded. Oranges, pomegranates, limes, Bavarias, plantains, love apples, Abogada pears, better known by the name of subaltern's butter, and many other fruits, all piled in heaps, were to be had at a low price. Such was the stock of a New Providence market. Footnote A. Littleton's Dialogues of the Dead. Of the human species, buyers and vendors, there were black, brown, and fair, from the fairest skin with light blue eyes and flaxen hair, to the jet-black Day and Martin of Ethiopia, from the loveliest form of nature's mould to the disgusting squaw, whose flaccid mammae hung like inverted bottles to her girdle, or are extended over her shoulder to give nourishment to the little imp perched on her back. And here the urchin sits the livelong day, while the mother performs all the drudgery of the field, the house, or the market. The confusion of Babel did not surpass the present gabble of a West India market. The loud and everlasting chatter of the black women, old and young, for black ladies can talk as well as white ones, the screams of children, parrots and monkeys, black boys and girls clad à la Venus, white teeth, red lips, black skins, and elephant legs, forming altogether a scene well worth looking at, and now, since the steamers have acquired so much velocity, I should think would not be an unpleasant lounge for the fastidious ennuyé of France or England. The beauty and coolness of the morning, the lovely sky, and the cheerfulness of the slaves, whom our morbid philanthropists wish to render happy by making discontented, would altogether amply repay the trouble and expense of a voyage to those who have leisure or money enough to enable them to visit the tropical islands. The delightful and indeed indispensable amusement of bathing is particularly dangerous in these countries. In the shallows you are liable to be struck by the stingray, a species of skate, with a sharp barb about the middle of its tail, and the effect of the wound is so serious that I have known a person to be in a state of frenzy from it for nearly 48 hours. In deeper water the sharks are not only numerous but ravenous, and I sometimes gratified their appetites and my own love of excitement by purchasing the carcass of a dead cow or horse. This I towed off and anchored with a thick rope and a large stone. Then from my boat with a harpoon I amused myself in striking these devils as they crowded round for their meal. My readers will, I fear, think I am much too fond of relating adventures among these marine undertakers, but the following incident will not be found without interest. In company with Charles, one beautiful afternoon, rambling over the rocky cliffs at the back of the island, we came to a spot where the stillness and the clear transparency of the water invited us to bathe. It was not deep. As we stood above on the promontory, we could see the bottom in every part. Under the little headland which formed the opposite side of the cove there was a cavern, to which, as the shore was steep, there was no access but by swimming, and we resolved to explore it. We soon reached its mouth, and were enchanted with its romantic grandeur and wild beauty. It extended, we found, a long way back, and had several natural baths, into all of which we successively threw ourselves, each, as they receded further from the mouth of the cavern, being colder than the last. The tide, it was evident, had free ingress, and renewed the water every 12 hours. Here we thoughtlessly amused ourselves for some time, quoting Acis and Galatea, Diana and her nymphs, and every classic story applicable to the scene. At length the declining sun warned us that it was time to take our departure from the cave, when, at no great distance from us, we saw the back or dorsal fin of a monstrous shark above the surface of the water, and his whole length visible beneath it. We looked at him and at each other with dismay, hoping that he would soon take his departure and go in search of other prey. But the rogue swam to and fro just like a frigate blockading an enemy's port, and we felt, I suppose, very much as we used to make the French and Dutch feel last war at Brest and the Texel. The sentinel paraded before us about 10 or 15 yards in front of the cave, tack and tack, waiting only to serve one, if not both of us, as we should have served a shrimp or an oyster. We had no intention, however, in this, as in other instances, of throwing ourselves on the mercy of the court. In vain did we look for relief from other quarters. The promontory above us was inaccessible. The tide was rising, and the sun touching the clear blue edge of the horizon. I, being the leader, pretended to a little knowledge in ichthyology, and told my companion that fish could hear as well as see, and that therefore the less we said the better, and the sooner we retreated out of his sight the sooner he would take himself off. This was our only chance, and that a poor one, for the flow of the water would soon have enabled him to enter the cave and help himself, as he seemed perfectly acquainted with the locale, and knew that we had no mode of retreat but by the way we came. We drew back out of sight, and I don't know when I ever passed a more unpleasant quarter of an hour. A suit in Chancery, or even a spring lounge in Newgate, would have been almost luxury to what I felt when the shades of night began to darken the mouth of our cave, and this infernal monster continued to parade like a water bailiff before its door. At last, not seeing the shark's fin above water, I made a sign to Charles that, coûte qui coûte, we must swim for it, for we had notice to quit by the tide, and if we did not depart, should soon have an execution in the house. We had been careful not to utter a word, and silently pressing each other by the hand, we slipped into the water, when, recommending ourselves to Providence, which for my part I seldom forgot when I was in imminent danger, we struck out manfully. I must own I never felt more assured of destruction, not even when I swam through the blood of the poor sailor, for then the sharks had something to occupy them, but here they had nothing else to do but look after us. We had the benefit of their undivided attention. My sensations were indescribably horrible. I may occasionally write or talk of the circumstance with levity, but whenever I recall it to mind, I tremble at the bare recollection of the dreadful fate that seemed inevitable. My companion was not so expert a swimmer as I was, so that I distanced him many feet, when I heard him utter a faint cry. I turned round, convinced that the shark had seized him, but it was not so. My having left him so far behind had increased his terror, and induced him to draw my attention. I returned to him, held him up, and encouraged him. Without this he would certainly have sunk. He revived with my help, and we reached the sandy beach in safety, having eluded our enemy, who, when he neither saw nor heard us, had, as I concluded he would, quitted the spot. Once more on terra firma, we lay gasping for some minutes before we spoke. What my companion's thoughts were I do not know. Mine were replete with gratitude to God, and renewed vows of amendment, and I have every reason to think that, although Charles had not so much room for reform as myself, his feelings were perfectly in unison with my own. We never afterwards repeated this amusement, though we frequently talked of our escape, and laughed at our terrors. Yet on these occasions our conversation always took a serious turn, and upon the whole I am convinced that this adventure did us both a vast deal of good. I had now been 6 months in these islands, had perfectly recovered my health, and became anxious for active employment. The brilliant successes of our rear admiral at Washington made me wish for a share of the honour and glory which my brethren in arms were acquiring on the coast of North America, but my wayward fate sent me in a very opposite direction. End of chapter 18. Recording by Asterix. Section 24 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 19, Part 1. Miranda, how came we ashore? Prospero, by Providence divine. Sit still and hear the last of our sea sorrow. Here in this island we arrived. Tempest. A frigate called at the island for turtle, and having represented my case to the captain, he offered to take me on board, telling me at the same time that he was going much farther to the southward to relieve another cruiser, who would then return to England, and the captain of her would, no doubt, give me a passage home. I accordingly made hasty preparations for my departure, took leave of all my kind friends at the barracks, for kind indeed they were to me, although thoughtless and foolish towards themselves. I bade adieu to the families on the island, in whose houses and at whose tables I had experienced the most liberal hospitality. And last, though not least, I took leave of poor Carlotta. This was a difficult task to perform, but it was imperative. I told her that I was ordered on board by my captain, who, being a very different person from the last, I dare not disobey. I promised to return to her soon. I offered her money and presents, but she would accept of nothing but a small locket to wear for my sake. I purchased the freedom of poor Sophie, the black girl, who had saved my life. The little creature wept bitterly at my coming away, but I could do no more for her. As for Carlotta, I learned afterwards that she went on board every ship that arrived, to gain intelligence of me, who seldom or ever gave her a thought. We sailed, and steering away to the southeast with moderate winds and fine weather, captured, at the end of that time, a large American ship, which had made a devious course from the French coast, in hopes of avoiding our cruisers. She was about 400 tons, deeply laden, and bound for Laguira, with a valuable cargo. The captain sent for me, and told me that if I chose to take charge of her as prize master, I might proceed to England direct. This plan exactly suited me, and I consented, only begging to have a boatswain's mate, named Thompson, to go along with me. He was an old shipmate, and had been one of my gig's crew when we had the affair in Basque Roads. He was a steady, resolute, quiet, sober, raw-boned Caledonian from Aberdeen, and a man that I knew would stand by me in the hour of need. He was ordered to go with me, and the necessary supply of provisions and spirits were put on board. I received my orders, and took my leave of my new captain, who was both a good seaman and an excellent officer. When I got on board the prize, I found all the prisoners busy packing up their things, and they became exceedingly alert in placing them in the boat, which was to convey them on board the frigate. Indeed, they all crowded into her with an unusual degree of activity, but this did not particularly strike my attention at the time. My directions were to retain the captain and one man with me, in order to condemn the vessel in the Court of Admiralty. Occupied with many objects at once, all important to me, as I was so soon to part company with the frigate, I did not recollect this part of my orders, and that I was detaining the boat, until the young midshipman who had charge of her asked me if he might return on board and take the prisoners. I then went on deck, and seeing the whole of them with their chests and bags seated very quietly in the boat and ready to shove off, I desired the captain and one of the American seamen to come on board again, and to bring their clothes with them. I did not remark the unwillingness of the captain to obey this order, until told of it by the midshipman. His chest and goods were immediately handed in upon deck, and the signal from the frigate being repeated, with a light for the boat to return, for it was now dark, she shoved off hastily and was soon out of sight. "Stop the boat! For God's sake, stop the boat!" cried the captain. "Why should I stop the boat?" said I. "My orders are positive, and you must remain with me." I then went below for a minute or two, and the captain followed me. "As you value your life, sir," said he, "stop the boat." "Why?" asked I eagerly. "Because, sir," said he, "the ship has been scuttled by the men, and will sink in a few hours. You cannot save her, for you cannot get at her leaks." I now did indeed see the necessity of stopping the boat, but it was too late; she was out of sight. The lantern, the signal for her return, had been hauled down, a proof that she had got on board. I hoisted 2 lights at the mizzen peak, and ordered a musket to be fired; but, unfortunately, the cartridges had either not been put in the boat which brought me, or they had been taken back in her. One of my lights went out, the other was not seen by the frigate. We hoisted another light, but it gained no notice. The ship had evidently made sail. I stood after her as fast as I could, in hopes of her seeing us that night, or taking us out the next morning, should we be afloat; but my vessel, deeply laden, was already getting waterlogged, and would not sail on a wind more than 4 miles an hour. All hope in that quarter vanished. I then endeavoured to discover from the captain where the leaks were, that we might stop them; but he had been drinking so freely that I could get nothing from him but Dutch courage and braggadocia. The poor black man, who had been left with the captain, was next consulted. All he knew was, that when at Bordeaux the captain had caused holes to be bored in the ship's bottom, that he might pull the plugs out whenever he liked, swearing at the same time that she never should enter a British port. He did not know where the leaks were situated, though it was evident to me that they were in the after and also in the fore parts of the ship, low down, and now deep under water, both inside as well as out. The black man added, that the captain had let the water in, and that was all he knew. I again spoke to the captain, but he was too far gone to reason with. He had got drunk to die, because he was afraid to die sober. No unusual case with sailors. "Don't tell me, damn me, who is afeard to die. I aren't. I swore she would never enter a British port, and I have kept my word." He then began to use curses and execrations, and at last fell on the deck in a fit of drunken frenzy. I now called my people all together, and having stated to them the peril of our situation, we agreed that a large boat, which lay on the booms, should be instantly hoisted out, and stowed with everything necessary for a voyage. Our clothes, bread, salt meat, and water were put into her, with my sextant and spyglass. The liquor, which was in the cabin, I gave in charge to the midshipman, who was sent with me; and having completely stowed our boat, and prepared her with a good lug sail, we made her fast with a couple of stout tow ropes, and veered her astern, with 4 men in her, keeping on our course in the supposed track of the frigate till daylight. That wished for hour arrived, but no frigate was to be seen, even from the masthead. The ship was getting deeper and deeper, and we prepared to take to the boat. I calculated the nearest part of South America to be 700 miles from us, and that we were more than twice that distance from Rio Janeiro. I did not, however, despond, for, under all circumstances, we were extremely well off, and I inspired the men with so much confidence, that they obeyed in everything with the utmost alacrity and cheerfulness, except in one single point. Finding the ship could not in all probability float more than an hour or 2, I determined to quit her, and ordered the boat alongside. The men got into her, stepped the mast, hooked on the lug sail ready to hoist at my orders, and without my bidding had spread my boat cloak in the stern sheets, and made a comfortable place for me to repose in. The master proceeded to get into the boat, but the men repulsed him with kicks, blows, and hisses, swearing most dreadfully that if he attempted to come in they would throw him overboard. Although in some measure I participated in their angry feeling, yet I could not reconcile myself to leave a fellow creature thus to perish, even in the pit which he had dug for others, and this too at a time when we needed every indulgence from the Almighty for ourselves, and every assistance from His hand to conduct us into a port. "He deserves to die. It is all his own doings," said they. "Come into the boat yourself, sir, or we must shove off without you." The poor captain, who after sleeping 4 hours had recovered his senses, and felt all the horror of his situation, wept, screamed, tore his hair, laid hold of my coat, from which only the strength of my men could disengage him. He clung to life with a passion of feeling which I never saw in a criminal condemned by the law. He fell on his knees before me, as he appealed to us all, collectively and separately. He reminded us of his wife and starving children at Baltimore, and he implored us to think of them and of our own. I was melted to tears, I confess, but my men heard him with the most stoical unconcern. 2 of them threw him over to the opposite side of the deck, and before he could recover from the violence of the fall, pushed me into the boat and shoved off. The wretched man had by this time crawled over to the side we had just left, and throwing himself on his knees, again screamed out, "Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy! For God's sake have mercy, if you expect any! Oh God, my wife and babes!" His prayers, I lament to say, had no effect on the exasperated seamen. He then fell into a fit of cursing and blasphemy, evidently bereft of his senses, and in this state he continued for some minutes, while we lay alongside, the bowman holding on with the boat hook only. I was secretly determined not to leave him, although I foresaw a mutiny in the boat in consequence. At length I gave the order to shove off. The unhappy captain, who till that moment might have entertained some faint hope from the lurking compassion which he perceived I felt for him, now resigned himself to despair of a more sullen and horrible aspect. He sat himself down on one of the hen coops, and gazed on us with a ghastly eye. I cannot remember ever seeing a more shocking picture of human misery. While I looked at him, the black man, Mungo, who belonged to the ship, sprang overboard from the boat and swam back to the wreck. Seizing a rope which hung from the gangway, he ascended the side, and joined his master. We called to him to come back, or we should leave him behind. "No, massa," replied the faithful creature, "me no want to lib, no takee Massa Green, no takee me. Mungo lib good many years wi Massa Cap'n. Mungo die wi massa and go back to Guinea." I now thought we had given the captain a sufficient lesson for his treachery and murderous intentions. Had I indeed ever seriously intended to leave him, the conduct of poor Mungo would have awakened me to a sense of my duty. I ordered Thompson, who was steering the boat, to put the helm a starboard, and lay her alongside again. No sooner was this command given than 3 or 4 of the men jumped up in a menacing attitude, and swore that they would not go back for him, that he was the cause of all their sufferings, and that if I chose to share his fate I might, but into the boat he should not come. One of them, more daring than the rest, attempted to take the tiller out of Thompson's hand, but the trusty seaman seized him by the collar, and in an instant threw him overboard. The other men were coming aft to avenge this treatment of their leader, but I drew my sword, and pointing it at the breast of the nearest mutineer, desired him, on pain of instant death, to return to his seat. He had heard my character, and knew that I was not to be trifled with. A mutineer is easily subdued with common firmness. He obeyed, but was very sullen, and I heard many mutinous expressions among the men. One of them said that I was not their officer, that I did not belong to the frigate. "That," I replied, "is a case of which I shall not allow you to be the judges. I hold in my pocket a commission from the King's Lord High Admiral, or the commissioners for executing that duty. Your captain, and mine also, holds a similar commission. Under this authority I act. Let me see the man that dares dispute it. I will hang him at the yard arm of the wreck before she goes down." and, looking at the man whom Thompson had thrown overboard, and who still held by the gunwale of the boat, without daring to get in, I asked him if he would obey me or not. He replied that he would, and hoped I would forgive him. I said that my forgiveness would depend entirely on the conduct of himself and the others; that he must recollect that if our own ship or any other man of war picked us up, he was liable with 3 or 4 more to be hanged for mutiny, and that nothing but his and their future obedience could save them from that punishment whenever we reached a port. This harangue had a very tranquilizing effect. The offenders all begged pardon, and assured me they would deserve my forgiveness by their future submission. All this passed at some little distance from the wreck, but within hearing, and while it was going on, the wind, which had been fair when we put off, gradually died away and blew faintly from the southwest, directly towards the sinking wreck. I took advantage of this circumstance to read them a lecture. When I had subdued them and worked a little on their feelings, I said I never knew any good come of cruelty. Whenever a ship or a boat had left a man behind who might have been saved, that disaster or destruction had invariably attended those who had so cruelly acted; that I was quite sure we never should escape from this danger if we did not show mercy to our fellow creatures. God, said I, has shown mercy to us in giving us this excellent boat to save us in our imminent danger, and he seems to say to us now, go back to the wreck and rescue your fellow sufferer. The wind blows directly towards her, and is foul for the point in which we intend to steer. Hasten then, pursued I, obey the divine will, do your duty, and trust in God. I shall then be proud to command you, and have no doubt of bringing you safe into port. This was the pliant hour. They sprang upon their oars and pulled back to the wreck with alacrity. The poor captain, who had witnessed all that passed, watched the progress of his cause with deep anxiety. No sooner did the boat touch the ship than he leaped into her, fell down on his knees, and thanked God aloud for his deliverance. He then fell on my neck, embraced me, kissed my cheek, and wept like a girl. The sailors, meanwhile, who never bear malice long, good-naturedly jumped up and assisted him in getting his little articles into the boat, and as Mungo followed his master, shook hands with him all round, and swore he would be a black prince when he went back to Guinea. We also took in 1 or 2 more little articles of general use, which had been forgotten in our former hurry. We now shoved off for the last time, and had not proceeded more than 200 yards from the ship when she gave a heavy lurch on one side, recovered it, and rolled as deep on the other, then, as if endued with life and instinct, gave a pitch, and went down, head foremost, into the fathomless deep. We had scarcely time to behold this awful scene when the wind again sprang up fair from its old quarter, the east. "There," said I, "heaven has declared itself in your favour already. You have got your fair wind again." We thanked God for this, and having set our sail, I shaped my course for Cape St. Thomas, and we went to our frugal dinner with cheerful and grateful hearts. The weather was fine, the sea tolerably smooth, and as we had plenty of provisions and water, we did not suffer much, except from an apprehension of a change of wind, and the knowledge of our precarious situation. On the 5th day after leaving the wreck, we discovered land at a great distance. I knew it to be the island of Trinidad, and the rocks of Martin Vaz. This island, which lies in latitude 20° south and longitude 30° west, is not to be confounded with the island of the same name on the coast of terra firma, in the West Indies, and now a British colony. On consulting Horseberg, which I had in the boat, I found that the island which we were now approaching was formerly inhabited by the Portuguese, but long since abandoned. I continued steering towards it during the night, until we heard the breakers roaring against the rocks, when I hove to windward of the land till daylight. The morning presented to our view a precipitous and rugged iron-bound coast, with high and pointed rocks. frowning defiance over the unappeasable and furious waves which broke incessantly at their feet, and recoiled to repeat the blow. Thus for ages had they been employed, and thus for ages will they continue, without making any impression visible to the eye of man. To land was impossible on the part of the coast now under our inspection, and we coasted along in hopes of finding some haven into which we might haul our boat, and secure her. The island appeared to be about 9 miles long, evidently of volcanic formation, an assemblage of rocky mountains towering several hundred feet above the level of the sea. It was barren, except at the summit of the hills, where some trees formed a coronet, at once beautiful and refreshing, but tantalizing to look at, as they appeared utterly inaccessible, and even supposing I could have discovered a landing place, I was in great doubt whether I should have availed myself of it, as the island appeared to produce nothing which could have added to our comfort, while delay would only have uselessly consumed our provisions. There did not appear to be a living creature on the island, and the danger of approaching to find a landing place was most imminent. End of chapter 19, part 1. Section 25 of the Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 19, Part 2. This unpromising appearance induced me to propose that we should continue our course to Rio Janeiro. The men were of another opinion. They said they had been too long afloat, cooped up, and that they should prefer remaining on the island to risking their lives any longer, in so frail a boat, on the wide ocean. We were still debating when we came to a small spot of sand on which we discovered 2 wild hogs, which we conjectured had come down to feed on the shellfish. This decided them, and I consented to run to leeward of the island and seek for a landing place. We sounded the west end, following the remarks of Horsburgh, and ran for the cove of the 9-Pin Rock. As we opened it, a scene of grandeur presented itself, which we had never met with before, and which in its kind is probably unrivalled in nature. An enormous rock rose nearly perpendicularly out of the sea, to the height of 900 or 1,000 feet. It was as narrow at the base as it was at the top, and was formed exactly in the shape of the 9-pin, from which it derives its name. The sides appeared smooth and even to the top, which was covered with verdure, and was so far above us that the sea-birds, which in myriads screamed around it, were scarcely visible 2/3 of the way up. The sea beat violently against its base. The feathered tribe, in endless variety, had been for ages the undisturbed tenants of this natural monument. All its jutting points and little projections were covered with their white dung, and it seemed to me a wonderful effort of nature which had placed this mass in the position which it held, in spite of the utmost efforts of the winds and waves of the wide ocean. Another curious phenomenon appeared at the other end of the cove. The lava had poured down into the sea and formed a stratum. A second river of fused rock had poured again over the first, and had cooled so rapidly as to hang suspended, not having joined the former strata, but leaving a vacuum between for the water to fill up. The sea dashed violently between the two beds, and spouted magnificently through holes in the upper bed of lava to the height of 60 feet, resembling much the spouting of a whale, but with a noise and force infinitely greater. The sound, indeed, was tremendous, hollow, and awful. I could not help mentally adoring the works of the Creator, and my heart sunk within me at my own insignificance, folly, and wickedness. As we were now running along the shore looking for our landing place, and just going to take in the sail, the American captain, who sat close to the man at the helm, seemed attentively watching something on the larboard bow of the boat. In an instant he exclaimed, "Put your helm, my good fellow, port hard." These words he accompanied with a push of the helm so violent as almost to throw the man overboard, who sat on the larboard quarter. At the same moment a heavy sea lifted the boat and sent her many yards beyond and to the right of a pointed rock, just flush, or even, with the water, which had escaped our notice, and which none suspected but the American captain, for these rocks do not show breakers every minute. If they did, they would be easily avoided. On this we should most certainly have been dashed to pieces, had not the danger been seen and avoided by the sudden and skilful motion of the helm. One moment more, and 1 foot nearer, and we were gone. "Merciful God!" said I, "to what fate am I reserved at last? How can I be sufficiently thankful for so much goodness?" I thanked the American for his attention, told my men how much we were indebted to him, and how amply he had repaid our kindness in taking him off the wreck. "Ah, Lieutenant," said the poor man, "it is a small turn I've done you for the kindness you have shown to me." The water was very deep, the rocks being steep, so we lowered our sail, and getting our oars out, pulled in to look for a landing. At the farther end of the cove we discovered the wreck of a vessel lying on the beach. She was broken in two, and appeared to be copper-bottomed. This increased the eagerness of the men to land. We rowed close to the shore, but found that the boat would be dashed to pieces if we attempted it. The midshipman proposed that one of us should swim on shore, and by ascending a hill discover a place to lay the boat in. This I agreed to, and the quartermaster immediately threw off his clothes. I made a lead line fast to him under his arms, that we might pull him in if we found him exhausted. He went over the surf with great ease until he came to the breakers on the beach, through which he could not force his way, for the moment he touched the ground with his foot, the recoil of the sea, and what is called by sailors the undertow, carried him back again, and left him in the rear of the last wave. 3 times the brave fellow made the attempt, and with the same result. At last he sunk, and we pulled him in very nearly dead. We, however, restored him by care and attention, and he went again to his usual duty. The midshipman now proposed that he should try to swim through the surf without the line, for that alone had impeded the progress of the quartermaster. This was true, but I would not allow him to run the risk, and we pulled along shore until we came to a rock on which the surf beat very high, and which we avoided in consequence. This rock we discovered to be detached from the main, and within it, to our great joy, we saw smooth water. We pulled in, and succeeded in landing without much difficulty, and having secured our boat to a grapnel, and left 2 trusty men in charge of her, I proceeded with the rest to explore the cove. Our attention was naturally first directed to the wreck which we had passed in the boat, and after a quarter of an hour's scrambling over huge fragments of broken rocks, which had been detached from the sides of the hill and encumbered the beach, we arrived at the spot. The wreck proved to be a beautiful copper-bottomed schooner of about 180 tons burthen. She had been dashed on shore with great violence, and thrown many yards above the high water mark. Her masts and spars were lying in all directions on the beach, which was strewed with her cargo. This consisted of a variety of toys and hardware, musical instruments, violins, flutes, fifes, and bird organs. Some few remains of books which I picked up were French romances, with indelicate plates and still worse text. These proved the vessel to be French. At a short distance from the wreck, on a rising knoll, we found 3 or 4 huts rudely constructed out of the fragments, and a little farther off a succession of graves, each surmounted with a cross. I examined the huts, which contained some rude and simple relics of human tenancy, a few benches and tables, composed of boards roughly hewn out and nailed together, bones of goats and of the wild hog, with the remains of burnt wood. But we could not discover any traces of the name of the vessel or owner, nor were there any names marked or cut on the boards, as might have been expected, to show to whom the vessel belonged and what had become of the survivors. This studied concealment of all information led us to the most accurate knowledge of her port of departure, her destination, and her object of trade. Being on the southwest side of the island, with her head lying to the northeast, she had, beyond all doubt, been running from Rio Janeiro towards the coast of Africa, and got on shore in the night. That she was going to fetch a cargo of slaves was equally clear, not only from the baubles with which she was freighted, but also from the interior fitting of the vessel, and from a number of hand and leg shackles which we found among the wreck, and which we knew were only used for the purposes of confining and securing the unhappy victims of this traffic. We took up our quarters in the huts for the night, and the next morning divided ourselves into 3 parties to explore the island. I have before observed that we had muskets, but no powder, and therefore stood little chance of killing any of the goats or wild hogs, with which we found the island abounded. One party sought the means of attaining the highest summit of the island. Another went along the shore to the westward, while myself and 2 others went to the eastward. We crossed several ravines with much difficulty until we reached a long valley which seemed to intersect the island. Here a wonderful and most melancholy phenomenon arrested our attention. Thousands and thousands of trees covered the valley, each of them about 30 feet high, but every tree was dead, and extended its leafless boughs to another, a forest of desolation, as if nature had at some particular moment ceased to vegetate. There was no underwood or grass. On the lowest of the dead boughs the gannets and other sea-birds had built their nests in numbers unaccountable. Their tameness, as Cooper says, was shocking to me. So unaccustomed did they seem to man, that the mothers, brooding over their young, only opened their beaks in a menacing attitude at us, as we passed by them. How to account satisfactorily for the simultaneous destruction of this vast forest of trees was very difficult. There was no want of rich earth for nourishment of the roots. The most probable cause appeared to me a sudden and continued eruption of sulphuric effluvia from the volcano, or else, by some unusually heavy gale of wind or hurricane, the trees had been drenched with salt water to their roots. One or the other of these causes must have produced the effect. The philosopher or the geologist must decide. We had the consolation to know that we should at least experience no want of food. The nests of the birds afforded us a plentiful supply of eggs, and young ones of every age. With these we returned, loaded to the cove. The party that had gone to the westward reported having seen some wild hogs, but were unable to secure any of them, and those who had attempted to ascend the mountain returned much fatigued, and one of their number missing. They reported that they had gained the summit of the mountain, where they had discovered a large plain skirted by a species of fern tree, from 12 to 18 feet high. That on this plain they had seen a herd of goats, and among them could distinguish one of enormous size, which appeared to be their leader. He was as large as a pony, but all attempts to take one of them were utterly fruitless. The man who was missing had followed them farther than they had. They waited some time for his return, but as he did not come to them, they concluded he had taken some other route to the cove. I did not quite like this story, fearing some dreadful accident had befallen the poor fellow, for whom we kept a watch, and had a fire burning the whole night, which, like the former one, we passed in the huts. We had an abundant supply of firewood from the wreck, and a stream of clear water ran close by our little village. The next morning a party was sent in search of the man, and some were sent to fetch a supply of young gannets for our dinner. The latter brought back with them as many young birds as would suffice for 2 or 3 days. But of the 3 who went in quest of the missing man, only 2 returned. They reported that they could gain no tidings of him, that they had missed one of their own number, who had, no doubt, gone in pursuit of his shipmate. This intelligence occasioned a great deal of anxiety and many surmises. The most prevalent opinion seemed to be that there were wild beasts on the island, and that our poor friends had become a prey to them. I determined the next morning to go in search of them myself, taking 1 or 2 chosen men with me. I should have mentioned that when we left the sinking vessel we had taken out a poodle dog that was on board. First, because I would not allow the poor animal to perish, and secondly, because we might, if we had no better food, make a dinner of him. This was quite fair, as charity begins at home. This faithful animal became much attached to me, from whom he invariably received his portion of food. He never quitted me, nor followed any one else, and he was my companion when I went on this excursion. We reached the summit of the first mountain, whence we saw the goats browsing on the second, and meant to go there in pursuit of the objects of our anxious search. I was some yards in advance of my companions, and the dog a little distance before me, near the shelving part of a rock, terminating in a precipice. The shelf I had to cross was about 6 or 7 feet wide and 10 or 12 long, with a very little inclined plane towards the precipice, so that I thought it perfectly safe. A small rill of water trickled down from the rock above it, and losing itself among the moss and grass, fell over the precipice below, which indeed was of a frightful depth. This causeway was to all appearance safe, compared with many which we had passed, and I was just going to step upon it, when my dog ran before me, jumped on the fatal pass. His feet slipped from under him, he fell, and disappeared over the precipice. I started back. I heard a heavy squelch and a howl. Another fainter succeeded, and all was still. I advanced with the utmost caution to the edge of the precipice, where I discovered that the rill of water had nourished a short moss, close and smooth as velvet, and so slippery as not to admit of the lightest footstep. This accounted for the sudden disappearance, and, as I concluded, the inevitable death of my dog. My first thoughts were those of gratitude for my miraculous escape. My second unwillingly glanced at the fate of my poor men, 2 probably lying lifeless at the foot of this mountain. I stated my fears to the 2 seamen who were with me, and who had just come up. The whole bore too much the appearance of truth to admit of a doubt. We descended the ruins by a circuitous and winding way, and after an hour's difficult and dangerous walk, we reached the spot where all our fears were too fully confirmed. There lay the 2 dead bodies of our companions, and that of my dog, all mangled in a shocking manner. Both, it would appear, had attempted to cross the shelf in the same careless way which I was about to do, when Providence interposed the dog in my behalf. This singular dispensation was not lost upon me. Indeed, latterly, I had been in such perils, and seen such hairbreadth escapes, that I became quite an altered and reflecting character. I returned to my men at the cove, thoughtful and melancholy. I told them of what had happened, and having a prayer book with me in my trunk, I proposed to them that I should read the evening prayers and a thanksgiving for our deliverance. In this the American captain, whose name was Green, most heartily concurred. Indeed, ever since this poor man had been received into the boat, he had been a very different character to what I had at first supposed him. He constantly refused his allowance of spirits, giving it among the sailors. He was silent and meditative. I often found him in prayer, and on these occasions I never interrupted him. At other times he studied how he might make himself most useful. He would patch and mend the people's clothes and shoes, or show them how to do it for themselves. Whenever any hard work was to be done, he was always the first to begin, and the last to leave off. And to such a degree did he carry his attention and kindness that we all began to love him, and to treat him with great respect. He took charge of a watch when we were at sea, and never closed his eyes during his hour of duty. Nor was this the effect of fear, or the dread of ill usage among so many Englishmen, whom his errors had led into so much misfortune. He very soon had an opportunity of proving that his altered conduct was the effect of sorrow and repentance. The next morning I sent a party round by the sea-shore, with directions to walk up the valley and bury the bodies of our unfortunate companions. The 2 men who had accompanied me were of the number sent on this service. When they returned, I pointed out to them how disastrous our residence had been on this fatal island, and how much better it had been for us if we had continued our course to Rio Janeiro, which, being only 250 or 260 leagues distance, we should by this time nearly have reached; that we were now expending the most valuable part of our provisions, namely, our spirits and tobacco, while our boat, our only hope and resource, was not even in safety, since a gale of wind might destroy her. I therefore proposed to make immediate preparations for our departure, to which all unanimously agreed. We divided the various occupations. Some went to fetch a sea stock of young birds, which were killed and dressed, to save our salt provisions. Others filled our water casks. Captain Green superintended the rigging, sails, and oars of the boat, and saw that everything was complete in that department. The spirits remaining were getting low, and Captain Green, the midshipman, and myself agreed to drink none, but reserve it for pressing emergencies. In 3 days after beginning our preparations, and the 7th after our landing, we embarked, and after being nearly swamped by the surf, once more hoisted our sail on the wide waters of the Atlantic Ocean. We were not destined, however, to encounter many dangers this time, or to reach the coast of South America, for we had not been many hours at sea when a vessel hove in sight. She proved to be an American privateer brig of 14 guns and 130 men, bound on a cruise off the Cape of Good Hope. As soon as she perceived us, she bore down, and in half an hour we were safe on board, when, having bundled all our little stock of goods on her decks, the boat was cut adrift. My men were not well treated until they consented to enter for the privateer, which, after much persuasion and threats, they all did, except Thompson. Contrary to my strongest remonstrances, and urging every argument in my power to dissuade them from such a fatal step, I remonstrated with the captain of the privateer on what I deemed a violation of hospitality. "You found me," I said, "on the wide ocean in a frail boat, which some huge wave might have overwhelmed in a moment, or some fish, in sport, might have tossed in the air. You received me and my people with all the kindness and friendship which we could desire, but you mar it by seducing the men from their allegiance to their lawful sovereign, inducing them to become rebels, and subjecting them to a capital punishment whenever they may, as they most probably will, fall into the hands of their own government." The captain, who was an unpolished but sensible, clear-headed Yankee, replied that he was sorry I should take anything ill of him, that no affront was meant to me, that he had nothing whatever to do with my men until they came voluntarily to him and entered for his vessel, that he could not but admit, however, that they might have been persuaded to take this step by some of his own people. "And now, Lieutenant," said he, "let me ask you a question. Suppose you commanded a British vessel, and 10 or 12 of my men, if I was unlucky enough to be taken by you, should volunteer for your ship, and say they were natives of Newcastle, would you refuse them? Besides, before we went to war with you, you made no ceremony of taking men out of our merchant ships, and even out of our ships of war, whenever you had an opportunity. Now, pray, where is the difference between your conduct and ours?" I replied that it would not be very easy, nor, if it were, would it answer any good purpose for us to discuss a question that had puzzled the wisest heads, both in his country and mine, for the last 20 years, that my present business was a case of its own, and must be considered abstractedly, that the fortune of war had thrown me in his power, and that he made a bad use of the temporary advantage of his situation by allowing my men, who after all were poor ignorant creatures, to be seduced from their duty, to desert their flag, and commit high treason, by which their lives were forfeited, and their families rendered miserable. That whatever might have been the conduct of his government or mine, whatever line pursued by this or that captain, no precedent could make wrong right, and I left it to himself, seeing I had no other resource, to say whether he was doing as he would be done by. "As for that matter," said the captain, "we privateers men don't trouble our heads much about it. We always take care of number one; and if your men choose to say they are natives of Boston, and will enter for my ship, I must take them. Why," continued he, "there is your best man, Thompson. I'd lay a demijohn of old Jamaica rum that he is a true-blooded Yankee, and if he was to speak his mind, would sooner fight under the stripes than the Union." "Damn the dog that says yon of Jock Thompson," replied the Caledonian, who stood by. "I never deserted my colours yet, and I don't think I ever shall. There is only one piece of advice I would wish to give to you and your officers, Captain. I am a civil-spoken man, and never injured any soul breathing, except in the way of fair fighting; but if either you or any of your crew offer to bribe me, or in any way to make me turn my back on my king and country, I'll lay him on his back as flat as a flounder, if I am able, and if I am not able, I'll try for it." "That's well spoken," said the captain, "and I honour you for it. You may rely on it that I shall never tempt you, and if any of mine do it, they must take their chance." Captain Green heard all this conversation. He took no part in it, but walked the deck in his usual pensive manner. When the captain of the privateer went below to work his reckoning, this unhappy man entered into conversation with me. He began by remarking, "What a noble specimen of a British sailor you have with you." "Yes," I replied, "he is one of the right sort. He comes from the land where the education of the poor contributes to the security of the rich, where a man is never thought the worse of for reading his Bible, and where the generality of the lower orders are brought up in the honest simplicity of primitive Christians." "I guess," said Green, "that you have not many such in your navy." "More than you would suppose," I replied; "and what will astonish you is, that though they are impressed, they seldom if ever desert, and yet they are retained on much lower wages than those they were taken from, or could obtain; but they have a high sense of moral and religious feeling which keeps them to their duty." "They must needs be discontented for all that," said Green. "Not necessarily so," said I. "They derive many advantages from being in the navy, which they could not have in other employments. They have pensions for long service or wounds, are always taken care of in their old age, and their widows and children have much favour shown them by the government, as well as by other public bodies and wealthy individuals." "But we must finish this discussion another time," continued I, "for I perceive the dinner is going into the cabin." I received from the captain of the privateer every mark of respect and kindness that his means would allow. Much of this I owed to Green and the black man Mungo, both of whom had represented my conduct in saving the life of him who had endangered mine, and that of all my party. Green's gratitude knew no bounds. He watched me night and day as a mother would watch a darling child. He anticipated any want or wish I could have, and was never happy until it was gratified. The seamen on board the vessel were all equally kind and attentive to me, so highly did they appreciate the act of saving the life of their countryman, and exposing my own in quelling a mutiny. We cruised to the southward of the Cape, and made 1 or 2 captures, but they were of little consequence. One of them, being a trader from Mozambique, was destroyed; the other, a slaver from Madagascar, the captain knew not what to do with. He therefore took out 8 or 10 of the stoutest male negroes to assist in working his vessel, and then let the prize go. End of Chapter 19, Part 2.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Naval Officer, or Scenes in the Life and Adventures of Frank Mildmay, by Captain Frederick Marryat. Chapter 20, Part 1. But who is this? What thing of sea comes this way sailing, like a stately ship with all her bravery on, and tackle trim? Samson Agonistes. The privateer was called the True-Blooded Yankee. She was first bound to the island of Tristan da Cunha, where she expected to meet her consort belonging to the same owners, and who had preceded her when their directions were to cruise between the Cape and Madagascar for certain homeward-bound extra-Indiamen, 1 or 2 of which she hoped would reward all the trouble and expense of the outfit. We reached the island without any material incident. I had observed, with concern, that the second mate, whose name was Peleg Oswald, was a sour, ferocious, quarrelsome man, and that although I was kindly treated by the captain, whose name was Peters, and by the chief mate, whose name was Methusalem Solomon, I never could conciliate the good will of Peleg Oswald. Green, the captain who came with me, was, from the time I saved his life, an altered man. He had been, as I was informed, a drunken profligate, but from the moment when I received him into my boat his manners and habits seemed as completely changed as if he were a different being. He never drank more than was sufficient to quench his thirst. He never swore, he never used any offensive language. He read the Scriptures constantly, was regular in his morning and evening devotion, and on every occasion of quarrel or ill will in the brig, which was perpetually occurring, Green was the umpire and the peacemaker. He saved the captain and chief mate a world of trouble. By this system violent language became uncommon on board. Punishment was very rare and very mild. The men were happy and did their duty with alacrity, and but for Peleg Oswald, all would have been harmony. We made the island about the 15th of December, when the weather was such as the season of the year might induce us to expect, it being then summer. We hove off to the north or windward side of the island, about 2 miles from the shore. We dared not go nearer on that side for fear of what are called the rollers, a phenomenon, it would appear, of terrific magnitude on that sequestered little spot. On this extraordinary operation of nature many conjectures have been offered, but no good or satisfactory reason has ever been assigned to satisfy my mind, for the simple reason that the same cause would produce the same effect on St. Helena, Ascension, or any other island or promontory exposed to a wide expanse of water. I shall attempt to describe the scene that a succession of rollers would present, supposing, what has indeed happened, that a vessel is caught on the coast when coming in. The water will be perfectly smooth, not a breath of wind, when suddenly from the north comes rolling a huge wave with a glassy surface, never breaking till it meets the resistance of the land, when it dashes down with a noise and a resistless violence that no art or effort of man could elude. It is succeeded by others. No anchorage would hold if there were anchorage to be had, but this is not the case. The water is from 90 to 100 fathoms deep, and consequently an anchor and cable could scarcely afford a momentary check to any ship when thus assailed. Or, if it did, the sea would, by being resisted, divide, break on board, and swamp her. Such was the fate of the unfortunate, name redacted, a British sloop of war which, after landing the captain and 6 men, was caught in the rollers, driven on shore, and every creature on board perished, only the captain and his boat's crew escaping. This unfortunate little vessel was lost not from want of skill or seamanship in the captain or crew, for a finer set of men never swam salt water, but from their ignorance of this peculiarity of the island, unknown in any other that I ever heard of, at least to such an alarming extent. Driven close into the land before she could find soundings, at last she let go 3 anchors, but nothing could withstand the force of the rollers, which drove her in upon the beach, when she broke in 2 as soon as she landed, and all hands perished in sight of the affected captain and his boat's crew, who buried the bodies of their unfortunate shipmates as soon as the sea had delivered them up. There is another remarkable peculiarity in this island. Its shores, to a very considerable extent out to sea, are surrounded with the plant called Fucus maximus, mentioned by Captain Cook. It grows to the depth of 60 fathoms, or 180 feet, and reaches in one long stem to the surface, when it continues to run along to the enormous length of 300 or 400 feet, with short alternate branches at every foot of its length. Thus, in the stormy ocean grows a plant higher and of greater length than any vegetable production on the surface of the earth, not excepting the banyan tree, which, as its branches touch the ground, takes fresh root and may be said to form a separate tree. These marine plants resist the most powerful attacks of the mightiest elements combined. The winds and the waves in vain combine their force against them. Uniting their foliage on the bosom of the waters, they laugh at the hurricane and defy its power. The leaves are alternate, and when the wind ruffles the water they flap over one after the other with a mournful sound, doubly mournful to us from the sad association of ideas and the loneliness of the island. The branches or tendrils of these plants are so strong and buoyant when several of them happen to unite, that a boat cannot pass through them. I tried with my feet what pressure they would bear, and I was convinced that, with a pair of snowshoes, a man might walk over them. Captain Peters kindly invited me to go on shore with him. We landed with much difficulty, and proceeded to the cottage of a man who had been left there from choice. He resided with his family, and, in imitation of another great personage on an island to the northward of him, styled himself Emperor. A detachment of British soldiers had been sent from the Cape of Good Hope to take possession of this spot, but after a time they were withdrawn. His present Imperial Majesty had at the time of my visit a black consort and many snuff-colored princes and princesses. He was in other respects a perfect Robinson Crusoe. He had a few head of cattle and some pigs. These latter have greatly multiplied on the island. Domestic fowls were numerous, and he had a large piece of ground planted with potatoes, the only place south of the equator which produces them in their native perfection. The land is rich and susceptible of great improvement, and the soil is intersected with numerous running springs over its surface. But it was impossible to look on this lonely spot without recalling to mind the beautiful lines of Cowper. O solitude, where are the charms that sages have seen in thy face? Yet in this wild place alarms and even rebellion had found their way. The emperor had but one subject, and this Caliban had ventured, in direct violation of an imperial mandate, to kill a fowl for his dinner.
"Rebellion,"
said the enraged emperor,
"is the son of witchcraft, and I am determined to make an example of the offender."
I became the mediator between these two belligerents. I represented to His Imperial Majesty that, as far as the matter of example went, the severity would lose its effect, for his children were as yet too young to be corrupted, and moreover, as His Majesty was so well versed in Scripture, he must know that it was his duty to forgive. Besides, I said, Her Majesty the Queen has a strong arm, and can always assist in repelling or chastising any future act of aggression or disobedience. I suspect that the moral code of His Majesty was not unlike my own. It yielded to the necessities of the time. He must have found it particularly inconvenient not to be on speaking terms with his Prime Minister and Arch-Chancellor, whom he had banished to the opposite side of the island on pain of death. The sentence was originally for 6 months, but on my intercession the delinquent was pardoned and restored to favor. I felt much self-complacency when I reflected on this successful instance of my mediatorial power, which had perhaps smothered a civil war in its birth. The Emperor informed me that an American whaler was lying at the east side of the island, filling with the oil of the walrus or seahorse, that she had been there at an anchor 6 weeks, and she was nearly full. I asked to be shown the spot where the name redacted was wrecked. He took me to her sad remains. She lay broken in pieces on the rocks, and not far from her was a mound of earth on which was placed a painted piece of board by way of a tombstone. The fate of the vessel, together with the number of sufferers, were marked in crude but concise characters. I do not exactly remember the words, but in substance it stated that underneath lay the remains of 100 as fine fellows as ever walked on a plank, and that they had died like British seamen, doing their duty to the last. This was a melancholy sight, especially to a sailor who knew not how soon the same fate awaited him. We rafted off several casks of water during that day, and on the following we completed our water, and then ran to the east end of the island to anchor near and wait for our consort the whaler, the captain of which had come in his boat to visit us. I conversed with him and was struck with one remark which he made. "You Englishmen go to work in a queerish kind of way," said he. "You send a parcel of soldiers to live on an island where none but sailors can be of use. You listen to all that those redcoats tell you. They never thrive when placed at a musket shot from a gin shop. And because they don't like it, you evacuate the island. A soldier likes his own comfort, though very apt to destroy that of other folks, and it ain't very likely that he would go and make a good report of an island that had neither women nor rum, and where he was no better than a prisoner. Now, if Brother Jonathan had taken this island, I guess he would have made it pay for its keep. He would have had 2 or 3 crews of whalers, with their wives and families, and all the little comforts about them, with a party of good farmers to till the land, and an officer to command the whole. The island can provide itself, as you may perceive, and all would have gone on well. It's just as easy to fish the island from the shore as it is in vessel, and indeed much easier. Only land your boilers and casks and a couple of dozen of good whale boats, and this island would produce a revenue that would repay with profit all the money laid out upon it. For the seahorses have no other place to go to, either to shed their coats in the autumn or bring forth their young in the spring. The fishing and other duties would be a source of amusement to the sailors, who, if they chose, might return home occasionally in the vessels that came to take away the full casks of oil and land the empty ones. The captain of the whaler returned to his ship, but I suppose forgot to give our captain very particular directions about the anchorage. We ran down to the east end of the island, and we were just going to bring up, when, supposing himself too near the whaler, Peters chose to run a little further. I should have observed that as we rounded the northeast point the breeze freshed, and the squalls came heavy out of the gullies and deep ravines. We therefore shortened sail, and, passing very near the whaler, they hailed us. But it blew so fresh that we did not hear what they said, and having increased our distance from the whaler to what was judged proper, let go the anchor. 90 fathoms of cable ran out in a crack. before she turned head to wind, and to our mortification we found we had passed the bank upon which the whaler had brought up, and must have dropped our anchor into a well, for we had 19 fathoms water under the bows, and only 7 fathoms under the stern. The moon showed her face just at this moment, and we had the further satisfaction of perceiving that we were within 50 yards of a reef of rocks which lay astern of us, with their dirty black heads above water. We were very much surprised to find, notwithstanding the depth of water, that during the lulls we rode with a slack cable, but about 2 o'clock in the morning the cable parted, being cut by the foul ground. All sail was made immediately, but the rocks astern were so close to us that you might have thrown a biscuit on them, and we thought the cruise of the true-blooded Yankee was at an end. But it proved otherwise, for the same cause which produced the slack cable preserved the vessel. The Fucus Maximus, we found, had interposed between us and destruction. We had let go our anchor in this submarine forest, and had perched, as it were, on the tops of the trees, and so thick were the leaves and branches that they held us from driving, and prevented our going on shore when the cable had parted. We dragged slowly through the plants, and were very glad to see ourselves once more clear of this miserable spot. Better dwell in the midst of alarms than reign in this horrible place. But I sincerely wish all manner of success to this little empire, though I hope my evil stars will never take me to it again. We shaped our course for the Cape of Good Hope, for Captain Peters would not run further risk in waiting for the consort privateer. Poor Thompson, notwithstanding all my exertions in his favor, was exposed to much ill treatment on board the vessel, on account of his firm and unshaken loyalty. He seldom complained to me, but sometimes vindicated himself by a gentle hint from one of his ample fists on the nose or eye of the offender, and here the matter usually ended, for his character was so simple and inoffensive that all the best men in the vessel loved him. One night a man fell overboard. The weather was fine, and the brig had but little way. They were lowering down the jolly boat from the stern, when one of the hooks by which she hung by the stern broke, and 4 men were precipitated with violence into the water. 2 of them could not swim, and all screamed loudly for help as soon as they came up from their dive. Thompson, seeing this, darted from the stern like a Newfoundland dog, swam to the weakest, supported him to the rudder chains, and, leaving him, went to another, bringing him to the stern of the vessel, and making a rope fast under his arms. In this way he succeeded in saving the whole of these poor fellows. 2 of the 5 would certainly have sank but for his timely assistance, for they were some time before another boat could be got ready, and the other 3 owned that they much doubted whether they could have reached the vessel without help. This conduct of Thompson was much applauded by all on board, and some asked him why he ventured his life for people who had used him so ill. He answered that his mither and his Bible taught him to do all the good he could, and as God had given him a strong arm, he hoped he should always use it for the benefit of his brother in need. End of chapter 20, part 1.